The call for Destiny 3 is getting traction, but the question is, will it make a difference? In case you missed it, there's a petition that now has over or around 250,000 signatures. That's actually up over 100,000 since the first time I covered this with the recent Bungie news while I was out of town. And it has support from more than just community members and YouTubers. Even some Destiny 2 voice actors are throwing their support behind the movement. But there's a lot of confusion surrounding why Destiny 3 has never started and why it is not currently in production at the company. Many think the logical choice would be to start working on Destiny 3, especially with Destiny 2 entering its sort of end of life. But the timeline at Bungie and its current status and where they are now, I think that has to be considered and looked at. I think a lot of people are really getting this wrong. And yes, I did see that Astacross is basically saying, I'm going to boycott, Marathon or not play it or what have you, to sort of make a loud and clear message that we don't want Destiny to go away. I'm in a bit of a conundrum. I do think that Destiny should continue as a franchise. I think that Bungie is a valuable company. I think Destiny is a good, game to keep going. But I can't play Destiny 2 until somebody rectifies the unjust ban that was put on my account on Steam, not through Bungie, in Steam. So I'm throwing my support behind the game and the franchise that attempted to burn me to the ground, or at least one person at the company thought it was worth banning me to kind of hide what they had been doing. I don't think those people are at the company anymore, but I am going to continue to throw my weight behind what little weight I have in these spaces now to say, listen, I actually think the game should continue. But what I also think we should do is look at what actually led to Destiny 3 not being created. Because I actually think that's something everybody is getting confused about. People are sort of jumping to the conclusion that, PlayStation won't do it. It's PlayStation's fault. If you actually look at the timeline in Pete Parsons' own words, well, you're going to see this has a whole lot more to do with Bungie, and it always has. Now, if you're watching this later and you like this kind of content, if you miss the good old days, if you miss me playing and covering Destiny, we are working on a goal this week. If you help us by doing a membership or gifting members, this Saturday my wife and I will play Destiny 1 together. I haven't streamed myself playing Destiny in a super long time. I'm not actually banned from Destiny 1. And we will do that if you guys can hit that stretch goal. And my producer said he'll join us and finish out the fire team as we play through the vanilla Destiny 1 story, if you guys can double the member goal for the week. So help us out with that and hit join. But I want to get into this and I want to talk about it. So the burning question on everyone's mind is, why is Destiny 3 not currently happening? Even more importantly, will it ever happen? Well, the first thing we need to consider is why Bungie did not start working on Destiny 3 back when it was made, or when it would have made the most sense. And to do that, we have to remember what happened internally at the company. In 2024, Pete Parsons spoke to the layoffs as well as the integration of a good number of employees into SIE. Now, when he did this, he made something very clear. The choice to do multiple incubation projects rather than Destiny 3 was a Bungie decision. Now, keep in mind, he wrote this in 2024, and here's what he said, quote, "For over 5 years, it has been our goal to ship games in 3 enduring global franchises. To realize that ambition, we set up several incubation projects, each seeded with several development leaders from our existing teams. We eventually realized that this model stretched our talent too thin, too quickly. It also forced our studio support structures to scale to a larger level than we could realistically support, given our 2 primary products in development, Destiny and Marathon." Did you hear what he said? In 2024, he said, hey, over 5 years ago, we kind of put this plan into place. We wanted to work towards having 3 enduring global franchises. Well, how did they do that? Well, they set up several incubation projects. They pulled leadership from existing teams that stretched them too thin. This was the point in time where they decided they would not be making a Destiny 3. Now, that means as early as 2019, these plans were put into place, and it all came to a head in 2024. Now, when did PlayStation actually buy Bungie? Well, that was in 2022, and that was done with the clear expectation that Bungie would be operating independently. So this plan continues from 2019 pre-Sony into 2024 post-Sony, independently underneath Bungie's own leadership. This leads to economic slowdown. He speaks about that in the blog that happened in 2023. They missed their quality mark with Lightfall. So it's crystal clear Bungie is the reason Destiny 3 was not the plan following the final shape. This was something they put into place as early as 2019. Now, this doesn't speak to the current reasons that Destiny 3 is not being greenlit. That's a completely different subject. In other words, Bungie set up the company to pivot away from Destiny 3 as early as 2019, and it put them on a collision course that led to the layoffs and the significant changes in 2024. Now, all of that was done outside of PlayStation ownership or PlayStation direction. Now, we have since seen the poor launch of Marathon. Gummy Bear had to be spun out and put into a new studio underneath SIE called LFG, and if you really look at the entire timeline, PlayStation buys Bungie, they learn that they've mismanaged the company, it drives them to basically almost right in the beginning talk about how, oh, we're in the red, like shortly after being purchased. Hiroki Totoki is talking about after acquiring Bungie, there's a need for accountability at the company, and then Chris Barrett is fired, Marathon changes direction, it has an embarrassing showcase, it has to be delayed, it's found that they had stolen artwork. Then Marathon finally launches. It clearly doesn't do very well, and at some level right now is barely surviving with respect to player counts. And according to sources, it's underperforming in both Bungie and PlayStation's eyes. And then Destiny 2 has its own slowdown, which makes sense, and it's time for that game to enter end of life. Now, after all of that happens, all of the mismanagement and all of the poor leadership and the bad decision making, pushing the company into the red, having to lay off so many employees, and having your two main sources of revenue not perform very well, do you think PlayStation would greenlight anything prior to restructuring the company? The current statements from sources in the know is that Destiny 3 would be too expensive to start. And sure, that's probably true given where Bungie is right now. They're in the weakest state they probably have ever been, at least in the last 10 years. According to Paul Tassi at Forbes, Sony is wary of committing to such an expensive undertaking in a market that's in flux and more challenging than ever. So that's an entirely other different factor. There's rising development costs, there's inflation, there are tariffs, there is a global situation with a war going on that affects everything. Globally, things are extremely volatile and challenging right now. Greenlighting a huge project for a poorly managed studio that sits in Bellevue, Washington, that's not exactly in the cards right now, especially prior to any restructuring or removal of leadership. A former narrative director chimed in and said that, well, quote, it turns out the real Destiny killer was Pete Parsons. And it's hard to disagree with him when you look at the actual timeline. That's the truth about Destiny 3. The company has been led to this impossible place where Destiny 3 is both what Bungie needs to make, but it also is what Bungie cannot currently make. So PlayStation is left with a decision. You can gut the studio down to the studs, leave just enough people to keep Destiny 2 running on fumes, and just enough people to keep Marathon going. Maybe enough folks in your data and your analyst departments for the live service consultation that they originally said Bungie was supposed to be helping with. Or they could really go for it. They could adjust their budget. They could invest hundreds of millions of dollars into a publishing deal to build Destiny 3. Now, if you budget, let's say $400 million, I think given all that they've spent on acquisitions and how it's gone, this could go either way. I, for one, think Destiny 3, as a bet, is worth making. Even if you have to throw $300 to $400 million at it. That's not a huge investment given the grand scheme of their operation costs overall, their operational budget, the money they've allocated for acquisition. But with the impairment losses and both Destiny and Marathon's current standing, it honestly feels like a toss-up. PlayStation could decide, hey, listen, we have a lot of sunk cost in this studio. We've got a great IP here. We should move forward with this. And again, I think when you zoom out on all they spend every year, all they've spent on Bungie, $300 or $400 million to build Destiny 3 isn't that much in comparison to all that they've spent and lost. But they might look at it completely differently and say, in light of all that we've lost, why on earth would we spend more money putting into this studio a project that could not go very well? I think with the appropriate leadership, I think with the appropriate direction, as well as funding and time and silence, they could build the Destiny that they've always wanted to build. And I honestly think that's the only path for this studio. They're simply too large to just spin up a bunch of incubation projects again and try to get something to stick. They've already tried that and it didn't work. PlayStation might look at that and say, well, it didn't work because it pulled from the cash cow. It pulled from the thing that was keeping the lights on, and that was the fundamental mistake that they made. It spread the talent too thin. As Pete Parsons said, they seeded all these incubation projects with leadership from existing teams, and that probably hurt their production quite a bit. At this point, again, I think this is the only thing they can do, but it's also the one thing they seemingly can't do. And the decision maker, well, it seems like this time it will be up to PlayStation, and it's a question of whether or not they think it's worth it. But those are just my thoughts, and now it's time to hear your thoughts. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Didn't Paul hint there will be layoffs? Paul is not the one that hinted there will be layoffs. Jason Schreier said he's hearing there will be significant layoffs at Bungie. And I've got some people to thank. You guys are already kind of working on that goal. You want to see Madam play Destiny this weekend with me. Han shot first, and so did you. Breezy fourth with a renewal, and then Jenny comes in with a 40-month renewal, and then Jenny drops a 5-bomb to start the day, the first 5-bomb of the day. Thank you so much. Get those renewals, get those upgrades or gifteds going to work on that weekly goal. Destiny 3 will never happen, says CyberDNA, and it's not currently in production. Destiny 2 has been bellied up and is shutting down. Why would you invest in Destiny 3 when 2 is in the state and players aren't interested? I don't think that the fact that the players aren't interested, I think Destiny 2 ran its course. Thank you, Dan Zatastic, for 56 months. I don't think you can say, and by the way, I currently owe 3 members to YouTube, I believe, and we're 5 away. We're a 5-bomb away from the next milestone. The Italian with a resubscription over there on Purple, thank you so much for using your Prime sub over there. I don't think it's that people aren't interested. I think you're missing the bigger picture. The issue is that they ran Destiny 2 into the ground. Destiny 2, after the final shape, should have been over. It should have been over. Yeah, there's still 200,000 people a day logging in. If you check Charlemagne, there are still hundreds of thousands of people logging in every day after all this time. There's how many people have signed the petition? 250,000 people have signed a petition. And you could say, oh, that's a drop in the bucket. That's actually pretty good considering how large the Destiny community is after all these years. That you've got that many people willing to sign a petition to be like, hey, make Destiny 3, we would buy it. The 7,000-hour player is intrigued by 3, but done with 2. There are many of me. I think what Zubair said is exactly right. When the final shape lands, people are like, great, wonderful end of the saga. Go make Destiny 3 now. We don't need this limp-along act they've been doing. That was the fundamental problem. If you go and you look at the timeline here, they made this decision so long ago. The ramifications are significant. Mike on the mic with a gifted member. Thank you so much, getting us a 322. In 2019, homies, I was still playing and covering the game and still streaming full-time on Twitch. In 2019, they made this decision. Parsons said it. In 2024, he puts out a blog and says, for the past 5 years, we've been working toward this goal, to have 3 enduring global franchises, so we set up all these incubation projects. So as early as 2019, they made the decision that Destiny 2 would kind of just coast with less people, and these other projects took precedence. Yo, thank you so much, El Shaddai. Who do you think is going to happen? The partition D3. I'm not, that the question doesn't make any sense. Thank you so much for 11 months. Somebody says, did you see Astacross's crash out? Hang on, I want to read the question. Just tuned in. Did you see Astacross crash out? He's crude, but he's not wrong or unjustified. Thank you so much, Sneaky Platypus with 13 months. He says, man, keep up the good work, Lono. Been a minute since I've been able to watch. Let me add it to the total. And then a $5 super chat from Jack Garland. Shout out to all the non-Destiny players who are just here for the good company. I appreciate that, Garland. And then in honor of that shirt, says Mike on the mic with a $5 super chat, says, I need one, by the way. I don't think this stuff's available anywhere anymore. I don't even know if I have all the assets to even make it available. I watched Cross's video this morning. All right. I watched his video this morning. And I thought, now's the perfect time. Now's the perfect time for he and I to have a public conversation. That's not all I thought. I totally get where he's coming from. He's like, listen, Marathon's fine. I had fun with it. But we have to send a message. This is not the way. This is not what we want to back. This is not what we want to support. If you think you can just pivot us to this game, we're not going to do it. And Light Leap comes in with 57 months and a VIP. Joined your channel 2017 for Q&A. When the conspiracy against you happened, it was already the beginning of the end for me. I didn't feel like a welcoming third place. It didn't feel like a welcoming third place. Love the roundtable with you. Thank you, Leap. And then Freddie Jackson's going to push us past with a renewal to 326. Thank you for 57 months. 5'7", almost as big as 6'0". Keep up the good work. Thank you very much, Freddie. As a 10,000-hour player, I'm interested in D3, but not when it comes to Bungie. Yeah, the issue that he's taking with Marathon is he's like, listen, we need to send a clear, loud and clear message, like, this is what we want. Mike on a mic with a gifted as well bumps us to 327. He's like, this is what we want. We don't want Marathon. Listen, no shade to people that like Marathon. You can tell that is not the game that will chart a course for Bungie's success. It won't. You don't have enough players. It's not generating enough revenue. It's going to take way too long to get that game into a point of success. Now, nobody's arguing to kill Marathon. They're clearly going to continue to invest in it. Put a team on it. Let them continue to iterate. Let them continue to work and to build a base. Maybe they can get a base of people that like the PvE. Who knows? Set that aside. You have a company with like 800 strong right now. We know they're going to go through layoffs. Listen, the game that will get them out of this situation is not Marathon. It isn't. It's in the market now, sullied and blemished. Whether it was the showcase, whether it was the alpha, whether it was the stolen artwork, whether it was Christopher Barrett himself as a blemish on that game. It also landed at a terrible time. It landed in the wake of Concord. It landed in the wake of Highguard. It landed in the wake of cynicism and skepticism about new live service games. And when you look at the player counts, it's like, why would anybody invest in that game right now? Who's going to buy it and invest time and spend money on monetized items or cosmetics? Who's going to do that when at its lowest point on Steam, it's at like 3,000 players? It's not the way forward. I think Aztecross is absolutely correct to be like, no, we're not all going to pivot to Marathon and be like, well, this will be the way to save Bungie. No, Bungie needs to save themselves. They need to save themselves. It's not up to the community to be like, oh, well, we'll all pivot to Marathon and spend money and help build this game now and provide feedback and input. Like, if you're a fan of Marathon, you do you go ahead and do that. But the call to be like, oh, let's pivot to Marathon, I think he's right to put his foot down and be like, no, we're not doing that. He's not going to do that with his platform. Look at how long he stuck it out with the game. Look at how long he stuck it out with the game. He was like, yeah, I had fun, but now he's not playing it. The idea that Marathon cancel culture didn't hurt the game. This idea that the Marathon cancel culture didn't hurt the game is laughable. I mean, listen, it sucks to suck. They had a terrible showcase. They had an alpha that was clearly a minimum viable product, and they got caught stealing artwork. Sucks to suck. Those are just consequences. It wasn't like some cancel culture came out of nowhere and was like, well, we don't like that company or game. Now, obviously, there were people in the mix that had that sort of, I think, outlook. Maybe they were against Barrett. Maybe they were against Bungie. Who knows what they were against? But sucks to suck, bro. They made that messy bed. They made the messy bed. They're the ones that walked out with a minimum viable product. An alpha. They did a showcase with an alpha. How many times do we have to beat this dead horse? The game doesn't suck. I never said the game sucks. I said sucks to suck. The way they positioned that game sucked. They did a terrible job. They spent 5 or 6 years on it, and they finally come out with a showcase. Homie, they showcased an alpha. Who does that? Who has balls that big to be like, I know you guys have been waiting for 5 or 6 years here's our game. And it's an alpha. It's not even ready. It wasn't ready. What? And then they made the alpha viewable to the public. They're like, oh, well, you can stream it. Hey, Rhyme Stranger got a gifted. Good to see you. They make the alpha public. Like, oh, everybody can stream it. And the same problem happens. The veneer fades almost immediately. People are like, this is an alpha. This isn't ready. This game is in a rough state. It's like a minimum viable product. Go back early this year. Early 2026, what happened? Everybody said, it looks so much better, Lono. Look at the videos, Lono. The vibe is shifting. People are, oh, this looks so much better. It's so much more improved. Okay, what does that mean? That means it had a long way to go, did it not? That means that whatever they showed in 2025 was like not ready, was in a bad state. That's what I'm saying. Sucks to suck, bro. There's consequences. You can't walk out into the public when live service skepticism is at an all-time high, and you're like, oh, we're gonna walk out and we're gonna showcase an alpha. Did they not watch what happened to all the other live service games that have tried to launch in recent years? Shadow Dre with 8 months, thank you so much. I found a pic you took with me at GuardianCon 2019. Is there a channel in the Discord I can post, or is that not allowed? No, that's totally allowed. I would gladly see that. You've got to just sync your YouTube membership in Discord. You can post in the main members room. They set the game up to fail. I said that last year. Again, you can like that game. You can like Marathon. You can play Marathon. The game itself doesn't have the power and the potency. It doesn't have the public awareness or the public support to turn Bungie around in any capacity. I remember D1 Vanilla and D2 releasing as awesome games. Well, you're making a terrible comparison. You're making an absolutely terrible comparison. Destiny 1 launched and had immediate, massive, top-of-mind awareness. Everybody was talking about it. Everybody was playing it. They had millions upon millions of players that then fell off. And then Vault of Glass gave them a stay of execution, and then the Taken King saved it. Marathon's not even worthy of kissing the strap of the sandal of Destiny 1. They're not even in the same universe of success. They're not. Marathon is so unworthy to even be compared to Destiny 1 at launch or Destiny 2 at launch. You're comparing a hiking trail to Mount Everest. Destiny 1 was enormous as far as success goes, as far as players, as far as sales. They had a long way to go before they were in trouble. And believe me, they talked about it at GDC. They were in trouble at multiple points in the history of the franchise. I'm not glossing over that, but they had way more people to work with and way more money to work with. They had Activision's backing. They had people, they had millions of dollars from people buying the game. You can't compare Marathon's launch to Destiny 1 or Destiny 2's launch. They're not comparable. They aren't. Now, that gave them the time and the financial motivation to say, we better save this franchise. That's evident in the Taken King. Destiny 1 and 2 launched as awesome games. You're romanticizing the past? Huh? I don't understand your sentence. Are you disagreeing with me or him? You guys in chat are toxic AF. Nobody's being toxic. You're being disagreed with. If you're too soft for that, leave. If you can't take disagreement, then don't come in here with hot takes like Marathon and Destiny 1's launch were the same. Like, come on, dude. Like, people are going to disagree with that. The discussion we're having is not about whether or not you think Marathon is good or has quality. That's not in debate. It's got great shooting mechanics. It's got vibes. It does. Cinematics are stellar. It's got it. But it doesn't have the power and the potency in the market to save Bungie. That's the discussion we're having. 80% of the player base left D2 after launch. You're not incorrect. 80% of millions is way more than whatever's going on with Marathon. with like 1.2 million in sales is what we heard, for, or whatever the number was. I don't even know the number anymore. I don't know the number. There was the number that Alenia Analytics put out, and then Paul Tassi corroborated. It's not in the same universe of success. Again, it's not about the quality of Marathon. You're having a side discussion to the actual core issue. We could debate up one side and down the other. Shooting mechanics, how the game feels, the vibes, the cinematics, the lore, all of that. We could have that debate to the cows come home. It doesn't matter. I mean, my argument was that toxicity and cancel culture struck again, that's all. I think you're hijacking terms that actually have harmed people, like, I don't know, me, and you're trying to claim that that's what happened to Marathon. With all due respect, that is one of the softest, most, self-appointed victimhood nonsense arguments I think I've ever heard. Highguard didn't die because of cancel culture, and Concord didn't die because of cancel culture, and Marathon didn't have a bad launch because of cancel culture. These games brought something to the market that people didn't want. That's it. That's all it is. Cancel culture doesn't have the ability to stop a good product from being successful. Case in point, Hogwarts Legacy. You can't kill a good game with cancel culture. You can't. That's ridiculous. Cancel culture tried to go for AC Shadows. It tried to go for Yote. It's tried to go for games that did just fine. Cancel culture on Twitter and brigades and YouTubes and grifters and all of that. You can't blame cancel culture for those things. It's a product that people don't want. Is cancel culture the reason that all of the Marathon trailers performed so poorly this year? Seriously. Is that because of cancel culture? No, the public moved on. The public said, what you're bringing to the market, we don't have any interest in. We don't have any interest in this. Look at Lono talking about things he doesn't understand. Sorry, buddy. Think of this like your version of a cancer joke. Oh. Like, I don't understand cancel culture. Is that the joke you're making? They lost the public's eye. People weren't brigading against the just do some research. Go to the Marathon YouTube channel. Right? Your voice sounds familiar. I don't recognize the name. Do you recognize this name on my shirt? I used to be Say No to Rage. Stream Destiny full time until I was canceled in 2020 and basically lost everything over lies. Go to the Marathon YouTube channel. Nobody was brigading against those trailers, brother. Nobody. The trailers that came out this year were doing well. Like ratios were good. Comment section was positive. You know what wasn't very strong? The view count. Do you want to know why? Because people weren't paying attention to the game anymore. They had moved on. And if you think, cancel culture in 2025 is to blame, no, that's not it at all. They showcased an alpha, and then they stole artwork. Sucks to suck. I'm going to go back to my original, deeply thoughtful, philosophical statement. Sucks to suck. You guys walked out into the market, and you showcased an alpha, and you got caught stealing artwork, and the public said, yeah, I'm done with you. I don't want anything to do with this game. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're building, but enough's enough. Enough's enough. Not to mention, you have this giant... James, thank you so much for 47 months in a VIP. You've got this giant Destiny audience that's like, this is what you made? This is what you made? You've 5 or 6 years of development time? Bungie's over here dying and bleeding, and this is what you walked out with? And you're like, yeah, cancel culture is the reason that Marathon's doing poorly. Cancel culture. It's got a great score on Metacritic. It's got a great user score on Steam. It's got a great user score on PlayStation, but cancel culture. What did I say from the very beginning? I said they don't have the public's eye. They lost the public's eye. What's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. If you win the crowd, you win your freedom. I referenced that moment in Gladiator. He's like, if you win the crowd, you will win your freedom. And that's the truth of a live service game. Arc Raiders won the crowd, and they won the freedom to do all sorts of things. And now, obviously, they're dealing with decline, as all live service games do. They're trying to figure out their own cadence and rhythm to keep that game going. But they had the public's eye. Everybody was paying attention to that game. They won the public. Marathon lost the public's eye because of what they did in 2025. Everyone wants to save Bungie now. No more plagiarism will make me God. No more Bungie is completely incompetent. Why do they even trust the current Bungie team to make Destiny 3? Well, what you're doing is a version of straw manning and poisoning the well. You're trying to act as if all of the haters in a Twitch chat and all the trolls on Twitter, that represents the entirety of the Destiny audience. Like, you're attempting to argue against a straw man because nobody here has been saying that. I haven't been saying that. I called them to account for the art theft. I actually called out their abysmal apology and their passing of the buck because the leadership of the company is dishonest. They're liars, okay? I know firsthand. Their CMs lie. They lie. They will lie about people in situations like it's breathing to them. They're just like, inhale, lie. It just comes very naturally to them. And they've never been held accountable for the lies. So, yeah, I held them accountable for lying about the art theft and trying to pass the buck and act like it was some rogue employee. And, like, the entire thrust of the art direction looked like that girl's stuff. And you don't settle with somebody over a decal sheet. You don't settle. They settled with her, meaning she had a case, meaning there was a potent legal argument that they owed her a significant amount of money. It wasn't like, a decal sheet slipped in, we're so sorry. So if you're looking at the course that game went on, and you're looking at where it is now, that's the whole point that I'm trying to make is it is not strong enough to save Bungie. It isn't. There's nothing to that game within the public, within the revenue. There's nothing to it. It's like this small little knit core audience that loves it dearly and will attack anybody who says anything about it. They'll tell you that you need to get good and that you just don't understand the game or you have a bias or whatever. And yet now everything they're going to do in Season 2 is what literally all of us said was the problem. Somehow we were all wrong, and yet now we're all simultaneously right as well. It's just the weirdest thing. It's like Schrodinger's feedback. Thank you, GT5 King, for 17 months. Hey, I've seen that logo on that shirt before. Their channel was pretty rubbish. I agree with you. We're exactly 20 members away from the next milestone, and I'll owe YouTube a 5-bomb. I currently owe you 4. You got a video or summary of your thoughts? You probably answered already multiple times. Not really. No, I haven't put out an upload about this. We've just kind of streamed about it a couple of times. Just ask questions. I'll answer whatever you have to ask me. You guys can ask me anything within reason. You can ask me about 2020 and getting banned and losing Twitch. You can ask me what I think about Bungie. You can ask me what I think about their CMs or what I think about the game right now. What we're talking about right now is that, you know, Astacross and many others are basically saying, if you expect us all just to kind of pivot and throw our weight behind Marathon, we're going to do the opposite. That's not what we're going to do. No. We want Destiny. I can't even play Destiny 2, and I'm on that team. I'm like, yeah. Yep. I think that's the right response. You're the consumer. They're the company. PlayStation's the parent company, and you're the consumer. Send a loud and clear message. We want Destiny 3. If you can't give us that, you take whatever you got, and you just pack it up. Don't waste your time. We don't want it. Street Shadow with a $10 super chat. I'm surprised by the blame shift to Sony for not blindly greenlighting. Bungie chose every decision they made, which got the game where it is. I didn't stop playing Destiny 2 because of Sony. I have more to add. That SNTR guy, he was always wrong. Hey, what's good, Teddy? Yes, I was always wrong per usual, and yet I was consistently right. Wrong per usual. Listen, the consumer has to voice their opinion and their feedback with, I think, respectful communication and your wallet. I think those are the two strongest things you have. If you throw tantrums and you yell and you scream and you get toxic and you hurl insults, that's weakness. Don't do that. But if you do, reasonable, respectful feedback and speak with your wallet, those are your two greatest allies in this situation. Worst thing you could do right now is just be like, well, I guess we'll play Marathon. Like, that's not the right response. Cross hurt the cause, not helped. How did Acid-Cross hurt the cause? How? I'm bewildered. I think the fact that they paid an artist a mutually agreed upon amount also helped earn Bungie back a significant amount of sentiment in terms of people not wanting them to go under. I miss you saying that, Kirk. I don't think the public cared at that point. It was too late. Street Shadow says, greenlighting Destiny 3 in the current conditions is like giving your addict adult child more money as an allowance. They need to go and get right first. I have a rant that we may pull out and put on the channel. I basically walked through the entire history of what Bungie's been doing, and I'm like, and you think PlayStation's going to hand them money for Destiny 3 right now? You honestly think that? Here's the thing. If you go back and watch my show open, I also make it extremely hard for anybody who wants to be factual and reasonable, and if you want to be, logical about this, you cannot read Pete Parsons' blog from 2024 and conclude that this is PlayStation's fault. Pete Parsons writes in 2024 that for the past 5 years they were putting this plan into place to have 3 globally enduring franchises, and in order to get there, they spun up all these incubation projects, and it stretched them too thin. Okay? So if he writes that in 2024, and he says that 5 years ago they put that plan into place, well, that means in 2019, 3 years before being purchased by Sony, they put the plan into place. So they put the plan into place in 2019, and for 3 years, they're pulling people from Destiny to work on Marathon, to work on Payback, and to work on Gummy Bear. And it stretches them too thin. Now, in 2024, he admits this. They have to lay a bunch of people off. Sony absorbs, 150, 200 some odd people, and then they absorb some more people later. Then they spin up LFG. They spin up Gummy Bear as a studio. That happens like a year later, I think. And at that point in time, now PlayStation is probably saying, no, we're not greenlighting a Destiny 3. You guys are in a terrible situation. Your cash cow isn't making enough money. We had to absorb hundreds of people so that they weren't laid off, and we've had to take 2 impairment losses on you as a company, as an asset, and you want us to give you money for Destiny 3? No. Parsons is now gone. More leadership will likely be gone in June. That's when you restructure, and that's when you consider building a Destiny 3. Not now. Now would be the worst time to greenlight Destiny 3. A bunch of disgruntled people that got absolutely blindsided by the announcement that the game was headed to end of life. A bunch of disgruntled employees that are like, I might not even be here. Now is not the time to greenlight Destiny 3. It'd be the worst time. Street Shadow says, I think people are upset that they heard the possibility of D3 and Sony said no. It's blaming the symptoms without addressing the core problem. Right, at this point in time, you cannot greenlight anything. Nothing can be greenlit right now. Greenlighting Destiny 3 in the current conditions would put Bungie right back into being stretched too thin across multiple projects. Right back at the D2 Marathon Gummy Bear situation. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. We're all typing novels. Polarin says, as much as Cross wants D3, and he makes a lot of good points, I think the biggest is why throw away such a good franchise? Terrible leadership in a past of not being able to do it. They may still be able to do it, but get rid of all of them. D3 could bring the numbers. It's just how they roll out the content to sustain itself. Here's why Destiny 3 could be enormous. Here's why it could be enormous. Thank you, Angry Pete, for gifting a member. I appreciate that. 331. It could be enormous because they know where all the pitfalls are. They know what it takes. And it would be the first time in the history of them building a Destiny game that they could basically do it the right way. Destiny 1 was chopped up. They chop up Joseph Staten's, or Staten, however you say his name. Is it Staten? I always mess up his name. Joseph Staten, I think is his name. They chop up Joseph Staten's supercut. They ship just a bludgeoned, limping game in 2014, and then a year later they save it with The Taken King. At that point in time, they put Luke Smith in charge of Destiny 2 because he did such a good job with The Taken King. Surely he should be the one in charge of Destiny 2. Well, now he has to basically reset and change and make significant things, and they start putting things into place for Destiny 2, and so this is 2015. 2 years later, they have to ship Destiny 2. I want you to think about that. After putting Luke Smith in charge of Destiny 2, they shipped it 2 years later. That's insane. In 2017, they shipped Destiny 2, boys. That's an insane timeline. Knowing what we know about Tiger, knowing what we know about building games, and these homies built Destiny 2 in 2 years, basically. I'm sure there was some preliminary work done before Luke Smith gets put in charge. That is an incredibly small window. OGDSB says, we need an Astacross Reforge Gaming discussion for the culture right now. That'll make waves. That's in his court. I think now would be the... Listen. If Cross wants to play the heel, if Cross wants to throw down the whole gauntlet, I'm his Huckleberry. You can come on this show anytime. I'd go on his show anytime. I don't know if he's going to want to face the wrath of that community because the significant portion of the Destiny community hates me and they think I belong in jail. They believe an insane amount of things about me that aren't even remotely true. I'm supporting the notion of throwing your weight behind Destiny 2, throwing your weight behind, a Monument of Triumph and logging in and playing and all that stuff. And I can't even play the game because somebody high up didn't want the truth to be known. And in February of 2021, they went in and they did a Steam dev ban for like 999,000 days. It's not a legitimate ban. I didn't break TOS. It's completely unjust. It should be reversed. Just like my Twitch ban was reversed when somebody actually looked into it and saw that it was an unjust ban. It was completely illegitimate. There was no legitimacy to any of the things that went down back then. It was all business favors and corruption. There's not a single shred of that that's legitimate. Nobody would stand in the public right now and be like, oh, yeah, that's totally deserved. That's how that should have went down. Dr. Phil C. says, should have kept going with my Prime streak back then. Posted a message earlier in chat. Thank you so much for 24 months. He says, using my Prime sub here, I used to be subscribed for a while back in the Destiny days. I had to drop Destiny 2 because of the lack of time to keep up, but now I'm getting more time to game and having a fresh start with a possible Destiny 3 would be awesome. Always like your takes on it. Thank you, Dr. Phil C. If you guys are watching on Twitch, you're like, oh my gosh, is he back? You don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. We just got our Twitch channel back April of last year, though. So, Lono for jail. He said he would say no to rage, but I've seen him rage. That's true. Street Shadow says, others have said it, but one reason for keeping things going on Marathon is the cost. I'm guessing Marathon dev is cheaper than Marathon. Huh? Look how fast they updates. They make big changes. I don't think it's that dev is necessarily faster. I think the game is smaller and there's less ramifications when they make changes. Right? Like if you make changes in Destiny 2 right now, You know what I'm saying? It's like throwing a water droplet on a spider web. It's just going to like cause ripples all throughout. It's not simple at all. Like Marathon is a lot more scoped to have changes like that not be so significant. So I think that's probably why. I still think it takes them too long to make changes, and I think it's the Tiger engine. If Cross came on Lono's show, that would be insane. I don't think he would subject his publicity to it. He might, but I think it's a very small possibility. I don't know. I don't know how bold he's feeling these days. He seemed pretty bold in what he was saying in that video, but I don't know if he's bold enough to face his audience. He's bold enough to lose sponsorships with PlayStation because of what he's saying. He knows that he may sully his relationship with PlayStation and Sony, and I think with the amount of success he's had, he'll be just fine without those sponsorships. But I don't know if he wants to face the ire of his audience being like, why are you doing this? I don't think they would listen to him. He could stare at the camera straight face and be like, I looked into this. This was all bogus, and I think it's time that we actually talk about it. And there would be people that just don't believe it, and they would pull support. It would be financially harmful for him to even talk to me. Younger Lono was not as emotionally mature. He raged a bit. Old Lono was just disappointed. That's right. East Coast Overlord with a $5 super chat. Have you considered playing D2 again after the final update? It's not like they'd ban you since the game is getting abandoned. I can't play it, brother. I can't. I can play Destiny 1. This goal over here, if you guys hit stretch goal of 750, Madam and I are going to play Destiny 1 together this week. It'll be the first time I've streamed Destiny in who knows how long. But Destiny 2, I can't boot it up and play it. Why are you lying? You ain't Cross? What am I lying about? I haven't said anything that's been a lie. What are you talking about? D1 goes hard right now. Yeah, I wish it was updated with better FOV and better frame rate. Honestly, as someone who doesn't have all the time in the world to game, I'm looking forward to Destiny 2 with no updates to stress over missing out. More specific question about your thoughts on the game's design, says Lightleap. Could the rise in players now, after the announcement, be due finally to there being no FOMO? People felt motivated to hop on because there is an end. Personally, I feel the game was trying too much to keep both super casual players and extremely dedicated players, becoming in some ways too complex. In some ways, but being laughably simple and tedious in others. Yo, thank you. We got some things going on over here on YouTube. What's it say here? A 3-stream streak from Hissing Badger. Thank you so much for that. And then Dragonbane with 50 months and a prime. Let's put it on the board. You're exaggerating yourself. Who you are to Cross. I didn't say I was anything to him. I said I don't think he would want to do a show with me because of the damage it would do. Do you understand that I'm saying the opposite of how you interpreted it? I think you interpreted what I said completely backwards. You're not listening. Most of D2's best content was in seasonal content that you can't even play anymore. Don't talk on his behalf. I don't know if you realize this or not, but this is my show, and I'll say whatever I would like. And what I was saying was, I don't think he would do a show with me because of the damage it would do to him financially. And then I referenced things he said himself in a video. He said that he understands what he's saying could jeopardize sponsorships and things he has with PlayStation. He literally said those things in a video. Like, that's not that risky. He's had insane success. He's massively successful. Like, losing some PlayStation sponsorships is like, okay, yeah, that might hurt, but he's standing on business. But doing a show with me is completely different. Doing a show with me is completely different. Don't talk for him. I'm basically expressing what I think is a pretty charitable posture, which is I don't think the man would want to face the ire of the Destiny community and do a show with me. You don't seem to be understanding what I'm saying. with what's happening at Bungie, most of us feel the way he is right now. Right, and if you go back and listen to everything I've said today, I have said that I agree with him. I think he's correct. I think basically saying we're not all just going to pivot our support to Marathon while you guys abandon Destiny. He's saying give us Destiny or give us death. Like, he's standing on business and saying, listen, this is what we want. I actually think one of his best points was that if you guys come out with another IP, everybody's going to be like, it's not Destiny. I said the exact same thing the other day. I was like, yeah, if anything they come out with, everybody's just going to compare it to Destiny. Lono supporting how you feel, you blank. Yeah, you're having a go at me. I'm on your side. I agree with Cross. The only way that I spoke for him was I'm like, I don't think he would do a show with me. I don't know if he's ready to go full heel and be like, you know what? You know what? I'm going to do a show with Lono. Like, I don't think he's willing to do that. I wouldn't even want to ask him to do that. You have a clear enemy who did this. Pete Parsons. The rest of us are all players in this world. Again, you and I are in agreement. You're having a go at me, and I think you completely misunderstood what I was trying to say. So take a breath, right? Take a breath, bring the emotion back down, and understand I'm on your side. I'm on Cross's side. I've said for a long time, it's the leadership. It's the leadership. They're terrible. Parsons was the problem. One of the main problems. It wasn't the only problem. Billy probably doesn't want to be set on fire. Don't you speak for Billy. Right. I think what I was saying was reasonable. I'm giving the man an out. If he wants to throw caution to the wind and just embrace chaos, brother, he and I could make some killer content. I'm just going to say it. But that is absolute chaos for him. For me, it would just be fun. You know what I'm saying? It would be fun. But I think it would be absolute utter chaos for him. Unless enough people are like, yeah, enough time has gone by. Let's just put all that behind us and make good content. But again, I think there's so many people in that Destiny community that would lose their dadgum minds. They would absolutely be incensed. They think I belong in jail. They believe things about me that are completely it would blow your mind what people think about me. There are people that think I'm literally guilty of the R word. Yeah. Because of, like, one-off jokes and remarks. That's what people think. You have to deal with that. You have to deal with that brain rot of headcanon with people. They have literally been propagandized into believing that I basically belong behind bars. Luke Smith deleting Red War and Forsaken completely ruined the new player experience. I'm Kappa says, Lono, you'd be surprised. I've talked to a lot of people about your situation and they side with you on it. I've said for a long time, we just need one. We just need one person of size and influence to walk out and say it. Just walk out and say it. That dude ain't what everybody said he was. That guy got completely railroaded. That was all BS. That's all it would take. You need somebody way bigger than me to walk out and say it. The average person's not going to do that with their platform. You know. The tide has turned. People hate cancel culture. The Johnny Depp trial completely changed the optics on this kind of thing. And if people went back and looked straight face at what happened to me, looked at how much was scrubbed and deleted, and walked back, people would be like, what the frick? Why did this even happen to this guy? It wouldn't have the same potency and power that it once did. But again, people would have to be willing to admit they were wrong about something. And I think that's hard for people to do. Unfortunately, it's hard for people to believe that people would maliciously lie about certain things until you've been exposed to that type of wicked behavior yourself. Message received, Kirk. Striker Dragoon with 2 months. Thank you so much. Let's add it to the total. Thanks for using your Prime on me. And a $2 super chat from Jermaine says, no glaze, but you've had the best takes on this. I appreciate that. I'm sorry I missed your super chat. It was a while ago. What can you say to PlayStation? The upper echelon videos really helped. I'm telling you, one of the best things right now, and I've said this for a very long time, is you need somebody of size and influence to react to that upper echelon video. It'd be really relevant content right now for somebody to react to all of those upper echelon videos. That would be very relevant right now, given Bungie's standing in the public and the leadership and what's likely coming next month. Thank you so much, Joker Quinn, for gifting a member. I appreciate that very, very much. I wouldn't have believed it had I not witnessed this in real time myself, says Nexuish. Did you add my sub? Oh, Teddy, I missed yours. I'm so sorry. Teddy, with 19 months, let's add it to the total. And Rain Waters with 15 months. I'm still getting used to looking at 2 chats, man. The combined chat app I used was freaking terrible. It crashed all the time. I saw Echelon's vids before I discovered this content. PlayStation just does not care. For them, it's money first. And the way money's been wasted at Bungie, ain't nothing going to change. Here's where PlayStation could view this in a way that you're correct. It's about the money, okay? But in a way that gets us Destiny 3. We know they want live service. We know that they don't want to shut Bungie down. There's no way they want to shut Bungie down. The asset's still too valuable. Even with the impairment loss, it's too valuable of an asset to shut down. And we know that they like the IP. They like the Destiny IP. I think the issue with PlayStation is they don't like PlayStation. I'm sorry, PlayStation doesn't like Bungie's culture. I have it on very good authority that the PlayStation culture and the studios at PlayStation and the C-suite at PlayStation, they don't like Bungie's culture. So if you can change that culture, change that leadership, and put them on a path to building Destiny 3, I'm telling you, PlayStation could see that as a win. They want live service games. They're not backing off of live service games. The money that they've allocated for live service games, all you got to do is give $400 million to Bungie. That's it. And you're like, oh my gosh, that sounds like so much. Not really. They allocated like $8 billion for licensure and IP acquisition a couple of years ago. $400 million is nothing at this point in time. Nothing. Do it. Take the gamble. That's what I would do. If I was PlayStation, I would take that gamble every day of the dadgum week. Set them up for success. That's the only thing they're working on. Now, I know the Marathon boys don't want to hear that, but that's the only thing they should be working on. They've never made a Destiny like that. They didn't make Destiny 1 like that. They didn't make Destiny 2 like that. That's why they didn't want to make Destiny 3. They didn't want to do the thing again where they were like trying to rob Peter to pay Paul, and then they both end up impoverished. It's like this won't work. Fu Master with 40 months. Big time lurker here. I 100% agree with your takes on this. Have you considered starting a new Destiny 2 account for the June update? I wonder if they would ban it. Here's the thing. Thank you so much for the gifted. I don't think they pay any attention to me, but there's people that don't like me that pay attention to me. And if I stream myself doing ban evasion, all it would take is, and there are content creators and there are folks out there that still work against me. I was part of Ubisoft's partner program and put out a review of the Avatar game, and then somebody sent them an email and I got kicked out of the group. I got kicked out for no reason. We were made aware of things in your past. Thank you for admitting to business disruption, which is civilly actionable, but cool. Like, if you reach out and disrupt somebody's contractual agreement and business relationship like that, you do it in a malicious way like that, that's called business disruption. You're not allowed to do that. They basically admitted in an email that they were like, oh yeah, we were made aware of your past. Oh, great. So that's all it would take, homie. I can't be out here streaming ban evasion. All it would take is there's people that are still, they wish I went away. It's very bothersome to them that I'm still around. It's very bothersome, especially because I will talk about it and I will speak truthfully about it, and they can't. They hate that about me. It'd have been a lot more convenient for them if I just disappeared 6 years ago. Somebody's saying, get Asmongold to react. Listen, I don't have a line to Asmongold. I don't have a way of contacting him. I'm not out here trying to get him or anybody to react to it. I'm simply speaking factually. If a big and influential person walked out and said, this was absolutely freaking ridiculous and people should correct the public record and do the right thing, it would be potent. It would have an impact, because I think people hate this kind of thing now. They hate it. They know that it's a common thing. They know that it's a tactic that people use. And if they only knew the truth. There's so much more. There's so much more to the story from 2020 than people even frickin' realize. They don't even really realize what happened. The real story has still, to this day, the real story has still not come out. So, I'm not trying to, reach out and get people to do stuff. I'm just speaking factually. It's like, it doesn't have to be a particular streamer. It just has to be somebody to be like, hey, this is absolutely a ridiculous situation. This story deserves to be looked at. This story deserves to be heard. Gold does everybody wants. Good luck with that. It's not that he won't. If he does, it's whatever. He wants to talk. Yeah, he's just a content creation machine. It has to be hyper relevant, and I'm not relevant. So, the tide is turning. Just keep working, homie. I appreciate that. Wait, what did Teddy say? I remember most people from those days. I just have less time. I was busy taking care of my mother and work. Unfortunately, just have work now. Stories never changed. Truth is weird like that. That's right, Teddy. Let's pretend for a second those people are right about you. Yet you keep growing and being invited to stuff. I wonder why. Third Echelon did a good video that opened my eyes to so much. A lot of people need to watch the Upper Echelon video. I think it's a command in chat, isn't it? People now just don't realize you were dominating the stream world back then. Well, you can look at Twitch Tracker and see that. I thought we had a UE... No? No, it's probably... We probably deleted the command. The video is still available. I just like to see some Destiny creators decide that you have hugged the cactus long enough and do the right thing, says Creature. I'm throwing my support behind a game that I can't play and a studio that did me wrong. Because I think this is bigger than that. I think the situation, I think the game, I think Bungie as a company, I think it's bigger than that. Because I'm smart enough to know it was a handful of people. In the grand scheme of things, it was a handful of people. It's a handful. Like, the number of people at Bungie right now that just want to, keep working there and get their paycheck and have their health insurance, like, the number of people that are in that scenario and they don't even freaking know who I am or they don't care, like, that's a far greater number of people. There's a far greater number of players being affected by this and content creators being affected by this that had nothing to do with what happened to me 6 years ago. So I'm willing to be like, listen, this game and franchise and this studio is so much bigger than a handful of people that, let the devil win. And those people have to face their own internal, whatever it is they've got internally that's driving them to still keep it a secret and to not fess up and to not confess and to not talk about what really happened back then. That's their own journey. That's their own life. I'm not going to hold, the edifice of Bungie and the franchise of Destiny to account for like a handful of people's misdeeds. I'm not going to do that. I think that would be ridiculous to do that. I think I can support Destiny 2, even though I can't play it. I think they should reverse the ban. I think somebody should just go in and click the button on Steam and be like, this should have never happened. Let's just move on. Can I post it without getting banned? I can find the link. Probably will get banned. It'll just time you out, and then I can copy and paste it and make a command. You were soaring on Twitch. The other streaming site was on death's door, and there wasn't much room for people to migrate to Twitch while you were eating viewership. Is that it there? That's it there. All right. Adcom UE. Watch the upper echelon video about Chronos cancel in 2020. And then I'll just take this and I'll do it on YouTube as well for anybody that wants to watch it. And then obviously watch it and share it. Who gets banned from a game? What do you mean who gets banned from a game? Usually cheaters get banned from a game, brother. Usually cheaters. The last thing that I was doing in Destiny 2 was sitting on the couch with my son 5 years ago. He was 5 years old, and we were playing together. I was trying to help him run like a lost sector on the Cosmodrome. That's the last thing. The biggest glaring mistake in the upper echelon video is that Chris Barrett did not take credit for my ban from Destiny. He took credit for my ban from Twitch, which is far more significant. Unfortunately, that's a pretty glaring error in the upper echelon video that I wish he would not have made. The all done bye-bye Fox Mulder gif that Christopher Barrett sent was in response to me getting banned from Twitch. He literally took credit for me being banned from Twitch. Like, the significance of that has never been stated strongly enough anywhere. It's never been stated strongly enough anywhere. One of the most high-level ranked people at Bungie took credit for me being deplatformed and losing a channel that was basically providing for my family. We had just purchased a house, and this homie walked out and basically took credit for the ban. From Twitch. Not from Destiny. Nobody ever took credit for the ban from Destiny because they wanted everybody to believe that it was Barrett when it wasn't at that point in time. Do you feel a sort of kinship with Dr. Disrespect? No. Accused of things you didn't do? He admitted to doing things that were wrong. What are you talking about? I'm not gonna re-debate and reburn that bridge, but I don't support him anymore. Completely different scenarios, not even remotely the same. Zero evidence to condemn or indict me of anything. The only thing I ever apologized for was inappropriate remarks to adults. That was the only thing I ever admitted to. Not even a comparison at all. Why do people at Bungie not like you? I mean, that's not worth trying to figure out, is it? It isn't. It's not worth trying to figure out. The easiest explanation is I was an egotistical prick, and people that are hubristic don't blend well with people that are hubristic. I was about as arrogant and egotistical as a lot of their leaders were. And I think the way that I handled my coverage in the early days of Destiny 2, I think I got marked. I think somebody said, not that guy. No way. That guy's a prick. And I think it grew and metastasized. And the dislike for me grew with my my success. If I would have just been like a more mid-level streamer in that directory, they'd have left me alone. They'd have left me the frick alone. They wouldn't have cared. They'd been like, who cares about that guy? Their dislike of me, I think, started in 2017, 2018. I was pretty egotistical. I was a bit of a prick. I was big on myself and thought I still struggle with this. Are we going to act like I don't still struggle with this? It's part of my personality. I'm an argumentative, opinionated person. I've tried to soften up. I'm trying to be a peacemaker. I'm still going to speak about things that are true. I'm going to still stand for truth, but I'm trying to do it in a way that's more about being a peacemaker and not being a jerk. Thank you, Raven, for 51 months in a VIP. No news on D2 that we didn't hear last week. And I think the dislike for me grew in tandem with the fact that I was growing. How could you like a guy like that? How could you like a guy like that? He's full of himself. He's a jerk. He's a prick. He thinks he knows everything. And he's up there every day at the top of the directory. And I had the community in the palm of my hand, the streaming community, not the Destiny community. The people that watch Destiny on Twitch, that was where you went. It was a daily Q&A. And the Almighty ended my career because we were at a level that you couldn't really surpass anymore. We had taken over. We did. The directory shifted to me. So in 2019, when in 2020, when I set all those records on my channel, I go out there on Twitch, on Twitter, and I brag about it. I brag about the fact that we set a viewership record for my channel, a new follower record. My sub record was the highest it ever been. I don't know, 8,000 subs or something like that. Ridiculous. I went out and bragged about it. 2 weeks later, they took me out. And they literally admitted that was the day it started. They're like, yeah, about 2 weeks ago, we started talking about this. If you look at the day I was canceled and you rewind the clock 2 weeks, it's the exact window of time I posted on Twitter bragging about hitting all those records on my channel. That was the spark. It was over at that point. They were like, frick this guy. Frick him. We've got enough, stories about him that make him seem kind of, uncouth and creepy. That's all we need. Take him out. And then they did. And for 2 weeks, nothing happened. I was like, what the frick? I apologize for making inappropriate remarks. I'm sorry. I've been in therapy since 2018. I was living in an uncontrolled way. I'm not proud of my life back then. From 2018 to 2020, I was in therapy. I come back to my faith. I'm living a better life. They didn't frickin' care. They didn't care. It wasn't like in 2020 I was out here being this bad guy and messing with people and wouldn't leave them alone. I was doing my own thing. I didn't have anything to do with any of those people anymore. I was on my own path. I had been improving my life, my marriage, my therapy journey was yielding, I thought, pretty good results. I think I was in a much better place at that point in time. They didn't freaking care. None of that mattered to them. These champions of mental health, they didn't care about that. There was never an opportunity for me to make it right. They lied multiple times saying things like, well, he never attempted to do the right thing. That is absolutely provably false. There's an entire paper trail of DMs and emails of me trying to make it right to the one person. Like, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. Grossly exaggerated the most benign encounters you could even dream about. They were so benign. So if you're like, well, why didn't they like you? Again, I'm not going to act like I didn't invite it. I was a jerk. Thank you, Jack, by the way. I subbed for the ego. I appreciate that, Jack. We're 10 away from 350. So I've never tried to posture blameless. I was egotistical. I was a jerk. I got in sneak disses all of the time on the big guys, and they knew it. And I knew it. I got in sneak disses. I was always getting my little jabs in. And I was full of myself. And they had just enough of well, there was a time where he said a thing or he acted a little strange. And that's all you needed in 2020 to set somebody's world literally on fire. They lit my life on fire over incredibly benign, one-off interactions. To admit publicly, to be yeah, it didn't bother me at the time, but now I'm coming out with he said a joke 6 years ago. It's what? If it didn't bother you at the time, then what's the issue here? How was I supposed to know that joke was a problem if you received it and we all laughed, right? Oh, well, I reevaluated it. That's the level of dishonesty you were dealing with. It was oh, a joke from 4 years ago is now bad. Retroactively deciding that that's a problem back then. That's what we were dealing with. And it was once I realized what had happened, I defended myself. So 2 weeks went by. So I come out and immediately apologize. I'm like, listen, I'm sorry. You know, I wasn't living a good life back then. I've been in therapy for 2 years. I'm sorry I made these inappropriate remarks. And that's why everybody says, oh, he apologized. He admitted to everything. That's absolutely false. Most of the things said about me, I couldn't even see. I couldn't even see them. They had blocked me. So I'm sitting here thinking, oh my gosh, friends of mine are saying that I made them uncomfortable. Like, I felt bad. I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't know. Nobody ever said anything. The one person did and never let me make it right. So 2 weeks go by and I'm hanging out in my Discord, just kind of laying low, and people keep coming into the Discord showing me stuff. And I'm like, that's not true. That's not true. Wait, what? There was somebody that claimed I was at a TwitchCon party. I never went to TwitchCon. There were literally claims about me being in places that I wasn't even there. That was the level of ridiculousness that had happened. So many claims. He stole a badge. He snuck into areas. He was at this TwitchCon party. Never went to TwitchCon. Never have been to TwitchCon. So I start seeing all of that, and I'm like, what the frick is this? So I take the apology down and I put out an hour-long video defending myself. I got banned from Twitch 5 hours later. And Christopher Barrett took credit for it on Twitter. He took credit for it. He walked out into the public and said, all done, bye-bye. Fox Mulder gets a text message that says, all done, bye-bye. It was him saying, I took care of it, y'all. So, if you're like, why didn't they like you? I'm not acting like I was a saint back then, but that level of destruction should be reserved for, I don't know, criminals? Not somebody who was like a little weird a couple times, like in an environment where like everybody's drinking and smoking and high and making all sorts of inappropriate jokes and remarks. Like, I wasn't stepping out of any sort of like barriers or social contracts that were set up. They were all talking like this and joking like this. I got singled out because I put a target on myself by being a jerk and being egotistical and, you know, passively picking fights with some of the bigger guys in that directory. And again, the dislike that I earned myself in the early days of Destiny 2, I think it grew. There was somebody pretty high up at Destiny and Bungie that didn't like me. And I think it grew with, man, this guy's getting pretty big. What are we going to do about this guy? He's not good for us. We don't like him. Thank you, Rambo, for renewing over here on YouTube. Unfortunately, people will make heinous claims about without really caring about the devastating impact it'll have. I think your persona then caused a lot of people to think it might be true when it wasn't. They turned quick. Yeah, well, the minute entire tweet timelines got scrubbed, and the minute people started saying, hey, I just believed my friends, you knew that they all had realized they had made a mistake. And it was too late. It was too late. When you start saying, hey, whoa, I just believe my friends, they were basically saying, I'm not responsible for the fact that some of this stuff was made up. I'm not responsible for the fact that some of this stuff was fabricated. Fake timestamps, you know, completely made up claims. Like telling people I was at a place when I wasn't even there. Like stuff like that. They were like, well, I just believe my friends. Everybody kind of washed their hands of it. Like, well, we lit this guy's entire life on fire, put his family's financial stability into jeopardy in the middle, you know, in the middle of a pandemic. But oops, sorry about that. We detonated your life, and, you know, most of it has just been completely proven to be false and untrue, but sorry. Yeah, we just believed our friends. Thank you, Bird Bro, for 10 months. I appreciate it over there on Purple. What's crazy is Chris Barrett, Sarah Dan's husband was fired from Bungie for guess what? Harassing female workers. Yeah. Dr. Flash says, I specifically remember Lupo joining the pile back then. Now he felt the sting of cancel culture. It is what it is. That's a completely different scenario and situation. We still have never gotten a full confession and apology for that situation from him. Go watch the Carl Jobs video. I stand by you had a human reaction to apologize, and it isn't in that apology that witch hunters out here use to try to stick you with every label possible. Yeah, the timeline, I think the timeline just confuses people. They don't realize that I saw like 2 people say something. I saw one person say something that, like, I knew we had the interaction and I knew they had it in for me. You know, she had been spreading all sorts of stuff about me for years and would not let me apologize for, again, a very benign interaction. And then I saw another person that I considered a friend say something. So I immediately was like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. The bigger picture here is, you know, I've been in therapy for 2 years. Like, I'm not dangerous. I'm not a predator. What is this? What is going on? 2 weeks went by, and then I saw everything else. And that's the thing that people do not realize. It's unfortunate, but that's what people don't realize. They don't realize that, you know, I initially have this human response. I have a response out of my own belief to be like, I should apologize and say, hey, I'm sorry that I said those things. I shouldn't have said those things. And then 2 weeks go by, and I'm like, wait. I'm seeing claims about me that are completely made up. Like, what is going on? Well, now the damage is done. Now the damage is done. It's like everybody sees claims, apology. That's all they need in their mind. Like, that's the equation. And it's like, oh my gosh, if you guys only realize the actual timeline is so much more complex than you think. And what they did was so insidious and so planned and so calculated. It was like, it wasn't some like accidental thing. They were all together waiting, and then boom, all at the same time. And then I was like, then I was buried. It was over. It was like there was no way to respond. It's unfortunate that to this day, people won't come out and be like, hey, we got this one wrong. You know, we said things that weren't true. They won't do that. They just scrub their timelines and move on with their life. As soon as you apologize, they added 20 more things you did. It was wild. Yeah, I mean, there were people that said things that I never had even interacted with. I was like, I don't even know who you are. Like, they were just trying to ride the attention wave of like, oh, well, this is the thing. Let's all say something. And it was like, I don't even know you. I've never interacted with you. And then there was the one that was like a TwitchCon party. The one guy was like, yeah, I was at a TwitchCon party and a girl came to me because she didn't feel safe. And I was like, I've never been to TwitchCon. So I know you're trying to pull like macho internet guy points here, but you didn't protect anybody because I wasn't there. And have you seen pictures of me? Like, I had to protect. He blocked doors and we needed to protect people from him. Really? You should really ask them why I wasn't banned from the event in 2019. If they knew all these things. It's because they knew it wasn't true. The only reason they came out and said, oh yeah, now he's not allowed and we're going to ban him from the event is because it went public and they didn't have another choice. They had to like basically back up all these lies to basically like, well yeah, now. And it's like, you were really cordial to me in 2019. I don't know what the heck you're talking about. You talked to me. You made a joke about me during a roast. Like, what are we even talking about here? AOZ says, it's more important to follow actions. Look at how Lono leads his life. Compare and contrast to others and how they represent themselves. Actions greater than words. Thank you, Moose, for the $2 super chat. You can catch accusations just for your looks. Huh? I'm not that ugly. Jiminy. Have any of the creators ever reached out to you privately? No. No. The stuff with the meet and greet timestamp was the most mind-bending. Yeah, fabricating timestamps, that was incredible. Absolutely incredible. I don't think they counted on me having emails. You're not that pretty either. I mean, I'm not saying I'm Brad Pitt, you know, but I'm not the Elephant Man either. I mean, come on. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to scare somebody just by saying hello. Like, oh! Like, they're not going to... I'm not jump scaring people with a greeting. The claims about you being dangerous, but you were the one that got pushed. Yeah. Yeah. There's no... You know, there's no recompense for the fact that, yeah, at the one event I was physically assaulted, or that you gave me high concentrate THC and didn't tell me what it was. You know, there's no recompense for that, but those are pretty, you know, egregious offenses. Mike from New York City says, brother, when you finally managed to get into a call with Goth about the whole thing, and he started the convo with, I don't know what you're expecting out of this, but if it's an apology, you can forget it. I was dumbfounded. Yeah. There's a novel of things I'd like to say, Mike. You're physically assaulted? Yeah. Yeah, she put her hands on me and shoved me because I was attempting to smooth things over. And I wasn't even talking to her. I was talking to her boyfriend. I was like, hey, I'm not trying to start any trouble. I didn't realize y'all were down here. I'm going to go back up and hang out with my people because I was talking to Chevy. You guys remember Chevy? I don't know if he still streams. And all of a sudden, she comes flying over and shoves me, like, boom, shoves me back. This is not happening. I think she was worried about what I was saying to him. No, Barrett did not ban me from Destiny. It wasn't Barrett, boys. What was the other video you mentioned? Talking about Lupo? Carl Jobs made a very good video. It wasn't Deej either. Carl Jobs made a very good video about that situation. I was extremely charitable when that first situation happened with him and the chess and all of that and the cheating. I was very charitable. Had no reason to be, but I was like, I'm not gonna take this as an opportunity to be a jerk. But then, the more I looked into it, and then when I watched Carl Jobs' video about it, it was clear that the truth was never told. It was just perpetual lies. The full truth has never been stated about that. To posture as if all is well and it's been apologized for is just simply not true. So, I'm not on a brigade against anybody. My conclusion changed. It happened in view of the public. I spoke to it publicly and was like, listen, I'm going to be charitable to a guy, you know, own the mistake, you know, and move on. I'm never going to not allow somebody to have a second chance, you know, if they're willing to own things. But then as the dust settled and more came out, I was like, oh, it's just been lies the entire time. The truth has never been stated. Like, there's been no genuine apology here. So my position on it changed. But I didn't make a tweet or a video or go out and brigade against the man. I was just like, when people ask me about it now, I'm like, yeah, I mean, he never actually fessed up to what was going on. You know, that's his own situation to deal with, however he sees fit. I don't care. I'm not trying to do anything to a person over that. It doesn't concern me. Oh, yeah, the Destiny clans are still there. Yeah. Yeah. I have an honest question. Am I crazy to want a remastered version of D2? I don't think you're crazy to want a remastered version of D2. I actually think Cross made a really good point in his one video. He said a Destiny 1 Classic would go hard and it could have bought them time. And I actually think he's right. Now, again, hindsight's always 20/20 They can't suddenly whip up a Destiny 1 classic. They can't. What about Goth and Professor Broman? Were they in the wrong? Yes. They said things publicly about me that were proven to be completely and utterly false. This was confessed by Goth, that they went forward with stuff about me that they didn't verify. They just went forward with it, though it was stuff that they had heard, and they never corrected the public record. They all scrubbed their Twitter timelines. Everything they ever said about me in that situation just vanished when they realized that it had been proven to be false. Did they know it was false at the time? I don't know. I personally think they did. And I think they knew they were legally liable. And I think that's why it all disappeared. Because the damage to my career and life and the financial loss is incalculable. And they were liable. They added so much fuel to the fire. They had an enormous following and this conference and this standing. And they said things about me that were proven to be false. And they never corrected the public record. They just deleted everything and moved on. I think that is a lack of integrity, and I think that's cowardice. To do something like that to a person to that level and that ramifications of damage, and to not do anything to correct it is just, I just think it's indefensible. The way everybody handled it is just ridiculous. Nobody actually covered it correctly. Nobody covered my side. Nobody covered my evidence. None of that. It's just like, it's indefensible. There's no defending it. How you liking Lego Batman? I really hope they make some updates to co-op, because Madam and I are playing it. We're kind of suffering through. The 30 FPS is not terrible, but the camera's too zoomed in. Online co-op would fix it. I mean, I don't know if they're going to do that, but online co-op would fix it, because you could just each play on your own PlayStation. So I'm in a vendetta kind of mood. Go Scorched Earth. I'm not going to go Scorched Earth. I'm never going to shy away from telling the truth. Like I said, I'll answer your questions about everything that happened. Because you might be like, well, how does this pertain to Destiny 3? It all pertains to Destiny 3. This is the kind of stuff that was going on back then. And, you know, they made these decisions in 2019. And, 2019 to 2020, they were taking part in whatever the heck this thing was that happened to me. And, when it became clear that they were involved, I kept getting retaliated against, The Twitch ban was retaliatory, and the Destiny ban was retaliatory. That's undeniable. It's undeniable, and that makes it completely wrong, and it should be rectified. I mean, the Twitch ban got reversed, but 4 years and 9 months later, like the financial loss. I mean, it's unbelievable to think what I'm owed. Like, it's you can't calculate it. You can't. Is the co-op capped at 30? No, it's 100% just capped at 30. Yeah, I don't know why they did that. It might have something to do with the way the game runs, but it just caps it at 30. Now, I don't know if they can update it so that doesn't happen. That would certainly help, but yeah. Thank you, Fallen One, for using your Prime sub over there on Purple. If you guys are watching on YouTube, hit the like button. Do your members, do your subs, do all your things. I know a lot of you are coming back around on Twitch and YouTube because we're talking Destiny, and it inevitably comes up what happened to me. I'm not going after anybody. I am doing everything I can to not have a vengeful spirit. I don't have ill will towards folks, but I will still hold them accountable for what they did, since they have never attempted to do the right thing. Nobody ever attempted to correct the public record. Nobody ever covered it in a substantive way. It was journalistic malpractice left and right. You cover one side but not the other. That's just ridiculous. So it's unfortunate it can't take advantage of the pro. I mean, it does when you play by yourself. When you play Lego Batman by yourself, it looks really good. Jom, thank you so much for 52 months. Morning, Lono. A little hungover today. I had to do a double take at who I was watching today, and I thought I was going to see you drop into a raid. Well, yeah, I put the shirt on because why the heck not? Yo, and Tyler Dill, thank you so much for doing a member. Listen, we say this a lot, and it's true, and it's hyper relevance to everything we just rehashed. I still have not recovered. It's taken us 6 years, and we are still not where we need to be. And the best way to put us back where we were is to support directly, is to do a sub on Twitch or a membership on YouTube. That's how I do this. That's how I'm able to rebuild. If you can't do that, it's understandable. Sub, follow, and try to be here as often as you possibly can, because that helps as well. Listening, lurking, liking, all of that. But the base of member support on YouTube has been the biggest focal point. Same thing with Twitch, if you can sub or prime over there. Been a while, dude. What's good, Magoo? Glad to see you doing well. I started hearing about the Destiny news and wanted to come hear from you on the topic. Yo, EFV2000 with 50 months. Welcome back over there on YouTube. And if we hit the stretch goal this week, my wife and I will play Destiny 1 together on Saturday. She started a fresh, character as a member incentive, and we stream those on Saturdays. And I can actually play Destiny 1. And thank you, Nerd Mother, for 52 months. And thank you, Butters, for 54 months. And we're at 348 on the week. And listen, I'm throwing my support behind the studio in the game. I'm throwing my support behind the studio in the game. Both Destiny as a franchise, Destiny 2, and Bungie. Regardless of what happened to me, I can't even play Destiny 2 unless again, somebody pretty high up would just have to go into Steam and reverse it, because the security team can't even mess with it. It's not a legitimate ban, so the security team can't even look at it when I appeal. It would have to go to somebody pretty high up to just go in and be like, this is stupid, reverse this. Should have never happened to begin with. Opeth Soccer Mom with a Prime sub. Welcome back over there on Purple. So, because I think it would be really fun to play all the way through Destiny 1 and 2 again. You can't really play through Destiny 2 because they remove stuff, but, within reason, you can play through everything. Haven't been here in quite a while. Good to hear that your wife has stuck by you. I mean, there was no reason for her to not stick by me. The stuff they said about me was a bunch of lies. 007 First Light is out now. Oh. Okay, I'll respond to that later. Okay. Bring Destiny 1 remake remaster to PC. I mean, there are certainly things they could try to do with Destiny 1. I think my personal take on the Destiny 1 remaster remake thing, at some level I agree with Astacross, but I also think that you'd have to do it now with the goal of doing all of it. You'd have to go all the way from D1 through Destiny 2 into then future new content. Do you see what I'm saying? You'd have to do it with that goal in mind. You couldn't just be like, we remastered Destiny 1, here you go. You'd have to do something to the degree where you say, well, we're going to do this thing with Destiny 1, but it's going to lead back to Destiny 2, and then also lead to Destiny, essentially what would have been Destiny 3. Does that make sense? On its own, it just couldn't stand. It would be wobbly. You wouldn't get much out of it for very long. I think you'd get an initial amount of excitement and an initial amount of sales and revenue, but then it would just bend, and then that would be kind of the end of it. I also think people are looking at the game right now, and they're looking at a game that's been untouched for what? 9 years? Yeah, 9 years. They haven't really touched Destiny 1 in 9 years. So it's in a state that there's nothing there. Does that make sense? Your player numbers would drop off pretty quickly. A month or two would go by and your player numbers would be back down very low. Why? Because There's nothing there. You'd play it all. You'd play the campaign. You'd get your 3 tunes. You'd run the raids for a while, and a couple months would go by, and you'd be like, okay, yeah, that was cool. And then that'd be the end of it. But if it was leading to Destiny 2, and then Destiny 2 had all of its things, now I don't know if they could do the Red War. They claimed it doesn't exist anymore, which is the weirdest thing I think I've ever heard a company say. You don't have your stuff in the digital age. How do you not have the Red War? Like in the lawsuit, they had to like reference like Bife videos or something. The Whiskey Evangelist with 17 months says, glad to see you back on Twitch. You definitely got done wrong. Hope the truth behind some of the bigger streamers involved finally comes out. Thank you for 17 months. And and that's 350. I owe a member to Twitch. I hope it does come out. You know, I'm never going to be the one to start that fire, but yeah, there's a lot of stories and stuff that I think it would make it more clear what happened, especially with one particular person. You'd be like, oh, now her behavior makes perfectly good sense. It also makes perfectly good sense why a lot of those people just sort of disappeared. Apparently, the Tiger engine was updated so much since they can't run the Red War on it. Oh. Lono and Madam are inseparable. Good luck with that. They're married and stick to it. Sorry, not filling in Lono's word for him here. Yeah, I don't know what did that guy? Did he say something else? Why wouldn't she? Glad to have you back. He said, you hear so many horror stories of things like this tearing families apart. Just glad this wasn't one of those. I mean, that, yes, is fair. I've never taken too kindly to people speaking, you know, for her and her loyalty to me, because people have no idea, like, what our relationship is and what it's been through. They don't know. Like, you've seen an inkling. I feel like I live my life before the world in a way that is a concrete repudiation of everything those people claimed about me. I think it's obvious. You know, my kiddos come in the room and talk to me, and you can hear me converse with them, and my wife streams with me. I think we're living proof that those people completely fabricated a version of me that doesn't exist. Sounds like they either deleted the files or never saved it in the first place. I don't think they deleted the files. It doesn't make any sense. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't just delete files. Yeah, we just deleted the Red War. Huh? The voice lines, the campaign, the missions, the locations? Like, what? When they updated the engine, it broke all of the pre-sunset code, to my understanding. Yeah, but they couldn't fix it? Every Christmas we talk about your Frickmas blend here at the house. Well, the Frickmas blend is available year-round now, and right now, you can buy it right now. We have our light roast and our Frickmas, the lowest they've ever been. They're like $10.95 a bag. It's cheaper than like coffee you can get at the store. We're trying to move through that inventory, and we'll strip it down to just probably like the dark roast. Lono in the Destiny 2 directory brings back memories of the Forsaken era doing Q&A. We still do Q&A. You want to see it? If you become a sub or a member on YouTube, you can still do Q&A. Minstree was the first one to do it today. It'll be a little bit more advanced in the future. There you go. Member Q&A. With the falling respect for Bungie, do you think PlayStation absorbs all the talent out of the studio and kills the Bungie name? My opinion is the bulk of the cost for Bungie was the Destiny IP. I don't know if they'll kill the name. I think they want both. I think the Bungie name and the Destiny IP are top of mind. This person handing out concentrate rips in Florida. Then I got Lono violently high in public and ran away and said he scared me because I got paranoid. They can F off. Yeah. Yo, thank you, Gangs, for gifting a member to feed. Yeah, if you read that post, man, with just the dust, the emotional dust has settled, and you just read her post, it's like, this is the most ridiculous, unhinged thing ever. This is absolutely ridiculous. Like, it's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. It should be read through and combed over by somebody that, like, actually understands, people who have been through real... Yeah, anyways. To be fair, Bungie's name is top of mind for all the wrong reasons. That works in your favor if you go quiet for 4 years. If you go quiet for 4 years, and then, you know what I mean? Like, and then you drop a trailer, that's pretty potent. I think that's the thing people keep forgetting, is that silence is their greatest ally right now. If you don't hear anything about Bungie for 3 or 4 years, and all of a sudden you tune into the Game Awards or Summer Game Fest, and all of a sudden the Bungie logo pops up, and you hear music that has got to be Destiny music, and the Destiny logo pops up, I'm telling you, it would light the dadgum world on fire. Silence is their greatest ally right now. You restructure, you properly fund and outfit them in a way to flourish, and then you shut the frick up for 4 years. You want to spin off? I think they should spin off a team with a different name to handle Marathon. I think Marathon should be decoupled from the Bungie name and should be handled by a smaller team. Keep it going. And, Marathon could get to a respectable place. They've got good stuff. They just don't have broad appeal. Well, you can grow. You can certainly grow. I mean, you can't get much lower than they are now. So you could certainly do that. But again, I don't think you can. They're just too large of a company to justify anything else. A new IP. A new IP. Astacross is absolutely right. It would just be constantly compared to Destiny. Too Thirsty, thank you for the 5 bomb. It would just be constantly compared. Like, why didn't you make Destiny? Who's going to fund them that much for so long? Love the throwback shirt. Thank you. I think PlayStation funds them. PlayStation funds them. You give them a $400 million contract and publish Destiny 3. If it doesn't work, at this stage of the game, that $400 million is nothing. That $400 million could give you back the impairment loss that you took on the company. It could give you back any funds lost at this point. $400 million in the grand scheme of PlayStation's budgets over all these years. Amortize the $400 million. Do $100 million a year over 4 years. That's nothing. That's nothing. They increased their acquisition budget to like $8 billion a couple of years ago. You don't have $400 million to build Destiny 3? Listen, if PlayStation doesn't have $400 million to build Destiny 3, then pack it up. Just shut everything down at that point. You don't have $400 million? Especially if the operational cost of Bungie can be significantly lowered by getting some of the leadership out of here that are probably pulling ridiculous salaries. They could do a Kickstarter at this point and make $400 million. That's what I'm saying. Like, the budget... $400 million is pretty high, too, by the way. That's a pretty big game budget. That's a lot of dadgum money. But in the grand scheme of Sony's, ability to budget and spend, like, you don't have $400 million to take a crack at this? Come on. We have Marathon Lono. What are you talking about? They'll do Destiny 3 once leadership and a new engine are set up. It's not a question of having or not wanting to spend, it says Creature. It's a question of turmoil and not wanting to throw money into a fluid situation at that studio. Yeah, there's no reason to do it now. You got to restructure leadership. I think the first thing PlayStation needs to do is move the studio out of Washington. I think that's a good idea as well. I think that would be pretty seismic and tectonic, though. It's a pretty big piece of dadgum property, and who are you going to sell it to in this economy? Who are you going to sell that property to in Bellevue? That's a massive loss. The hate for Marathon is so tiring. Like, Bungie sucks for the last few years, but Marathon's legitimately a fun game and has really cool lore and identity. Take Bungie out of the equation, and a lot of people would probably praise Marathon. No, I don't think so. No. I think there are other games in that niche and in that genre that prove that game's squarely where we all expected it to be. It's not hate. It's called market demand. It doesn't have the market demand to justify 5 to 6 years of Bungie development on it. It doesn't. It's like investing 5 to 6 years of time into a lawn mowing business, and you go to Antarctica. It's like, what are you there's not any grass for you to cut there. Like, they spent 5 to 6 years building something that doesn't have broad market appeal. That's a really, really expensive. I don't even want to call it a gamble. It was foolhardy. It was stupid. It was a dumb idea. Here's the thing that people might miss and forget. Pete Parsons comes out and says, he says this in 2024. He says, for the last 5 years, we've been putting this plan into place. We wanted to have 3 enduring global franchises. They thought Marathon could be that. Now, I want you to look straight face at that game and not be like, oh my gosh, they misfired. They thought this could be a global enduring franchise? What? Hubris. Hubris. It's their greatest weakness. It's their greatest weakness. They're so hubristic. They're like, yeah, we're going to have a global enduring extraction shooter. No, you're not. Even Arc Raiders is having trouble with maintaining its dominance. And it's largely played by people who don't even really play it like an extraction shooter. They play it like a PvE looter. Like a third of that player base doesn't touch PvP. A third kind of does both. And then a third heavily focuses on PvP. That means 2/3 of that player base doesn't really focus on PvP. That's a lot of dadgum people who aren't really playing Arc Raiders like it's a hardcore PvP extraction shooter. So, like, Bungie literally thought Marathon could be an enduring global franchise. Hubris. There's not another word. It's the best word. It's like so overconfident. They're Bungie, after all. I agree the market demand is not there, but I additionally see a lot of hate towards it. Just outright bitter hate from people that haven't spent literally any time playing it. Here's the thing, Skylander. You are not wrong. It's an emotional response at an emotional time, and it's not fair. I'll grant that. It isn't fair that people are taking out their emotional distress and anger and frustration. They're taking it out on Marathon right now. But it's got to be real tough as a Destiny fan to watch them make these decisions and to look at like 5,000 people playing Marathon on Steam and not go, what the frick are you doing, Bungie? What are you doing? You're going to back that game? You're going to put money and investment and content in that game? Nobody's playing. What are you doing? You have hundreds of thousands of people playing Destiny every day. And you're going to turn your back on Destiny? It's a completely legitimate question to be like, why? What are you doing? What are you doing? Did you sign the Destiny 3 petition? No, I will, though. I will. I'll sign it. I'm fully supporting Destiny 2 and people logging in on that day. I can't even do it. Now, maybe I can boot up the game and count as a player. It'll tell me that I can't play. It'll say not so fast, but Bungie isn't making that call. Sony is. I mean, at the current time, all you have is a blog from Bungie. So sure, we can slice it and get pedantic and be like, but it's Sony's call now. We don't really know what Sony's call is until we get on the other side of June, because right now Bungie's the only one talking. So like Bungie comes out and says we're putting D2 into end of life, and they're going to be backing Marathon going forward with new content, and it's like, huh? Thank you, Brian, for 35 months. I want you to imagine being a Destiny fan that's been waiting for new content this entire dadgum time, and you're like, okay, here it comes. They're finally going to talk to us, and they're like, yeah, we're putting this into end of life, and there's new content coming from Marathon, though. And it's like, it's got to feel like a bit of a sucker punch. Like, wait, what? Sony talked about backing the game from a C-suite employee. I mean, if you're talking about Lin Tao's remarks, they were pretty generic. We don't have specific decisions or actionable things from Sony right now. We don't. We have almost nothing. What Lin Tao said was like, oh, okay. She also said internally that they're going to apply the lessons they learned and be more disciplined. So it's like, I don't even know what that means either. It's like, what does be more disciplined mean? Is she talking about future investments in other studios, or is she talking about future investment into Bungie? Like, are they going to give them less money for Destiny? I'm sorry, for Marathon. Like, I don't know. Her remarks internally were also somewhat generic and hard to know what does she mean. Because it's that corpo speak crap. You don't know what they're saying. It's like, I don't know what you're saying. Thank you, Chrono, for the raid. And thank you, Behemoth, for 62 months. Thanks for the amazing content, Lono. Happy EID to everyone also. I'm not familiar with this holiday. It's on my calendar. How do I pronounce it? I said it like an acronym, and I know that's not right. Eid al-Adha? I don't know how to say it. Eid? Is this a precursor to another holiday that's coming? Sometimes there's like a holiday before the holiday. I'm not familiar with this one. You said it best earlier. Destiny 2 was dying. Bungie needed to put Destiny to sleep and stay quiet, and then bring the game back years later with a Destiny 3 or a reboot. Yo, it's good feed. I mean, Steam charts definitely don't show everything, but Marathon had double the concurrent player count for most of its first month of existence, and now D2 barely has double the Marathon player count. Legitimately, neither games are doing well. Okay, but you have to diagnose those player counts in different ways. Join the dev team for the first look at Season 2 coming June 2nd. Marathon's open play week is June 2nd to the 9th. What are they going to stream? Developer insights. Is this a video right now? It's 8 minutes long. It went up 9 minutes ago. Join the dev team for the first look at the new map, runner shell, weapons, and more. I thought maybe they were like announcing a stream or something. We'd be streaming the CD Projekt Red event on Thursday. I don't know. I might have a schedule conflict that morning. If Sony is serious about not making Destiny 3, we'll know soon. The IP is too valuable to not sell it off to recoup some of those acquisition costs. If they don't sell the IP, they're working on something. I mean, I don't think it's Bungie's call. This isn't like what happened before, where they were like, we're done with Activision, we're going independent. I don't think they have that luxury this time around. I think they are in the palm of Sony right now. And I don't think Sony's going to do that. Citizen JB says, you were definitely wronged, and the silence of the people that fell silent tells me they were liars. For 6 years, I've stood in the public and maintained the same story, the same response, not once wavering, and they've all had to delete tweets and remove statements that were contradictory. Even in early 2021, a couple of them started popping off on Twitter about it, and they messed up timelines, and they lied again, and they had to delete those tweets as well. Now, they'll just pretend it never happened, because they will. I would love for them to be like, you know what? We need to be free of this. We lied. Here's what really happened. Here's the real villain. Here's the misconduct that was covered up. I don't think that'll ever happen, personally. Many of these people completely walked away from content creation. They're not even in the space anymore. It would do nothing to them, but I don't know if they have the guts to basically be like, yeah, we exchanged business favors for silence about what happened, and we protected somebody that didn't deserve it. Somebody that was guilty of far worse. Like I just don't know if that'll ever happen. Marathon's doing an open play week at the start of season 2 to June 9th. It's first. All progress carries over to season 2 if you end up buying it. To be completely transparent, I don't agree with Destiny being sunset. I don't agree with them focusing entirely on Marathon. I just don't know what the way forward would be. I think the way forward would be a small team that maintains Marathon, adds the content, iterates on things, iterates on the PvE and the what have you. Everybody else needs to be put on Destiny 3. Everybody else should be put on Destiny 3. They need to be given a budget of $400 million or more, and left alone. And give them the time to do it. Look, they've got the data, they've got the intel, they've got 2 launches, they've got Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 launches. They know exactly how to do this. They know exactly how to do this. One of those people is being suspected of faking an actual emergency while piloting a small plane for cloud. What the huh? Did you mean to type that in my chat? What are you even talking about? Funny how that information still can be found. Deleted tweets can still be found. Some of it's an open secret. You talk to the right people and you talk to the right members of the community back then that was around for the streaming and was at the events and stuff. Some of it's just like open secret. People just know that it's weird. It's super weird. It's not the first time. It's like an open secret about somebody and like nobody will just come out and say anything. It's super bizarre. I don't get it at all. Yeah, here we go. Another indie game of the year. MTO, thanks for putting this on my radar. Mina the Hollower, racking 9s and 10s. Can we say indie game of the year? How many reviews does it have, though? Archive sites exist. 38. That's pretty dadgum good. 38 reviews, and it's got a 93. 4 reviews on PlayStation's 92. We got another indie contender this year, man. Another indie contender. Good for that team. Good for them. That's awesome to see. What a freaking year, boys. What a year. There's too many games. Kino Mansky says, with a question submitted, you can do this if you're a member or a sub. Did you see Astrocross becoming an anti-marathon and forfeiting any future Sony sponsorships? Kind of crazy. Listen, it'll never happen, but open invitation. He can come on the show. He can turn full heel. I don't know if there'll ever be enough time pass or enough evidence for people to be like, I don't know if that'll ever be the case, but I think it would be spectacular. Totally meant for this chat. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about, Triangle Choke. Quiet in the background, human beings are aging. Bungie pulled a Titanic with their franchise. It has the etchings of premeditated murder? What the huh? Are they the same reviewers that reviewed Mixtape, though? Oh, stop it. People are allowed to like Mixtape, Teddy. Everybody needs to chill out. It was just a bunch of people that had a nostalgic reaction to music, and they gushed. That's all it was. It's just people gushing. It's not that serious. It's not that serious. IGN's biggest problem is they have like 35 different people that review games. So some guy's like, Mixtape changed my life, is not the same person that gave the game that you like a 7. They're not. That's IGN's biggest problem. Oh, and the fact that their editorial process is a joke and they'll lie in their headlines. That too, but Destiny 3 is a forced project to save the reputation of Bungie sounds risky at this point. Tommy, you're not wrong. I think I've said this many times. I haven't said it enough today. You want to make sure people actually want to work on Destiny 3. Like, you could... There might be people at Bend or Guerrilla that would love to come work on it. There's people at Guerrilla that have worked on shooters. Bend was working on a live service game and worked on a third-person shooter, you know, with their game all those years. So, listen... You know, you got to make sure you got people working on the project that want to work on the project. I would even go into Bungie and say, if you don't want to work on Destiny 3, we could place you somewhere else. We could place you somewhere else. Think about it. It might be cheaper to move Steve out of Bellevue into some other studio. If he's willing to move, his salary could go down, but you put him in a city where the cost of living goes down as well. And he's like, this is great. Like, there's a lot they could do. They have a lot of talent. They've got a lot of people. They could shift people around. There could be people that would like to move. There are people that are maybe like, you know what? Been a long time since I worked on a shooter. Been a long time, you know, working on Horizon, and I'd like to work on something else. You just never know. You want people working on Destiny 3 that want to work on Destiny 3. Here's the thing we're missing. Destiny 3 has been pitched many times, according to sources at Bungie. So, if the leadership is gone that kept saying no to it, it stands to reason there's a lot of people at the company that are like, there's still good work that we could do with this franchise. There's good work we could do. Like, we want to make it. There's good lore here. I think people oversimplify it, and they're like, oh, but nobody wanted to make it. And it's like, well, maybe nobody wanted to make it. Maybe the leadership thought it was a bad idea. Jason Schreier just created a YouTube channel, and his first video is a Destiny autopsy. Well, I wish him well. I'm not going to react to it until it's been on the platform for at least 48 hours. I like to wait on stuff like that, especially if he's in the, you know, the very first stages of having a YouTube channel. I do not like reacting to content when it's fresh in the algo. I don't ever want to take away from somebody else's work like that. We are not a very big channel, but still, I that's just a standard that I have in place for reaction content. So you all better believe, though, we're going to watch that video. Y'all better believe we'll be watching that video. Don't you worry. It was pitched years before the final shape. It had to, since the final shape was meant to be the end of Destiny 2. Hang on. The Insider Gaming Showcase has already helped one game get published before it even aired. Tune in tomorrow, May 28th at 3 p.m. Eastern. Wait, is the Insider Gaming Showcase? It's tomorrow. Oh my gosh, I completely forgot. We're covering that. We're co-streaming that. Tom Henderson reached out. We are definitely going to be involved. So we'll be covering that tomorrow. We got a lot of good things in the pipeline. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I just forgot the dates. I've got a lot of dates swirling around in my brain now because I do have a bit of a scheduling conflict tomorrow. We may not be able to cover the CD Projekt Red thing. We may not be able to. Lona, where can I get that shirt? There's no Say No to Rage merch available anymore. This is actually an old logo. This is before, at the end there, when I had been rebranded. Not rebranded, it had been like, you know, dressed up. Jamie upgrades to a VIP. That's worth 2. Boom, boom, 360. Thank you so much, Jamie. If you guys like this content, listen, I know a lot of you are here because we're talking Destiny. It's the same show I always did when I sat in orbit. I just cover the gaming world and topics, and it's variety, it's lively, there's Q&A. It's the same thing we've always done. So hit follow, hit subscribe, do all the things. Do all the things before you went pink. I'm still mad looking back that I let him convince me that was a good color scheme. He just insisted. He was like, trust me. And I was like, oh, I shouldn't have. I should have stuck to my guns and been like, give me red. You know what I mean? Red till I'm dead. Somebody was enjoying my my Bond playthrough. Bring back the SNTR merch. Come on. Listen, boys. Listen. There's no going back. Car Doc Ren comes in. Milt Q did a prime over there on purple. Thank you for doing that. And then Cardoc dropped a 5-bomb, but then Siege Master drops a 5-bomb on YouTube and gets us to 371. We have a big stretch goal this week. If you guys can get this to 750 before the end of Friday, Madam and I will be playing Destiny 1 together. I have not streamed Destiny gameplay in a really long time, and we'll be playing together this Saturday. If you guys can get it to 1,000, then Creature will join us. So we weren't here last week, so we basically need to double the goal. The goal weekly is usually 500. It includes upgrades, re-ups, and gifteds. So y'all are going to have to get going if you want to see that happen on Saturday. I have the assets, but still big nope. I don't know if you have all of the... I don't know what you have anymore. I don't know. Oh, that's right, because we when we originally started working together, we were still SNTR. When you initially branded from SNTR, I struggled to find you for a while, so I thought you quit. Then I looked harder and found you. Yes. Yeah, leave the past in the past. We can look back wistfully, but we don't need to turn the car around. Yeah, there's no going back, boys. There's no going back. You know, seeing that shirt reminds me of the Black Armory days. Yeah. And a $10 super chat from Patrick. Back in the day, you were my go-to for Destiny content. I hate what they did to you. The lies and slander were unbelievable. I'm glad to see you flourishing and sad that Destiny is dead. Well, I thank you for the super chat and the support. Listen, I don't think Destiny's dead. I don't. I'm a believer. I don't have any reason to. I don't have any reason to, but I'm a believer. I think they could. I think they can keep it going. I think they can get. I think the funding, and I think the budget could come from PlayStation, and I think they could build a killer Destiny 3. I stand by that. I'm supporting a game and a franchise that I can't even really play anymore. A quad. Thank you so much, Blank Man. I recognize that avatar. That's OG homie right there. Jiminy Christmas. That dude watched me back in the day on purple. Put Destiny on a DNR. I mean, put Destiny 2 on a DNR, but I think they could build Destiny 3. Did Reforge Gaming used to stream under a different name when streaming? Yeah. The name right here. Say no to rage. Yes. We've not at all tried to hide the fact of like who I am, who I used to stream under, and we spent probably 45 minutes a day, going back, just retelling the story of what happened to me. So, have not shied away from that conversation. We don't make it a focal point. I'm not going to make an upload about it, although that upload would go kind of hard. I'm supporting a game I'm banned in. If they make D3, could you play it? No, the ban is not account-wide. It's not a legitimate ban, homie. I can play Marathon and Destiny 1 like it's nothing. It's not a legitimate ban. They didn't even ban me through the proper channels and through Bungie. It was a high-up employee that didn't like me that went into Steam and did a dev ban for 999,000 days. You don't need to hide when you did nothing wrong. I did things that were wrong. The level of wrongness was like a 3, and I was treated like it was an 11. I've never acted like I did no wrong. I did things that were not appropriate, but that's according to my own beliefs. Tons of those people were married and acting the same way, and nobody will talk about it, but that's not appropriate. That's my own belief. I'm never going to act like that was okay. Pump them brakes. Playing marathon is a relative term. I said I can play, Fuzzy. I have the ability to play. I don't have the desire to play. You see the difference? You know what I mean? You see the difference? That's true. Poorly written by me. Yeah, it's... I was on Iron Lords, and we spent a really, really long time combing through everything. Because, listen, Cog doesn't want me, Cog's not gonna want me saying this. I love you, Cog, but you guys got to put some pressure on our boy over there. They need to publish the episode, okay? They did an episode, and it was meant to go on to like their After Dark thing. They've decided that that's not gonna happen, so they just need to kind of publish it on their own. It's a very good conversation, and I think it would go a long way for people to see, holy cow, this guy got done wrong. So you guys got to put some pressure on Cog to publish the episode. Sorry, Cog. He knows I love him. He knows I love him. We've had some really good conversations and some good times after we kind of had some, a bit of a burying the hatchet moment. Not that he did anything. It was me. So, did I hear we're bringing back SNTR merch? No. So, yeah. It's been long enough, Cog. Release the episode. What was that, Tfue? Hashtag release the contract. Hashtag release the episode, Cog. It's me, and it's him, and it's King David, and it is long. And he doesn't hold back. He just asks me straightforward questions about everything that went down. So, and I think it would go a long way for people to be like, oh my gosh, this poor guy. This is so not what we thought it was. My jaw dropped when I saw this. Yeah, when he tweeted that picture. Did you guys see it? This is good. This is a callback. This is a callback right here, boys. That's OG. Like, look at that freaking... look at that shirt. Like, I designed that shirt. That's 2016, boys. That's a decade. Some folks call that a decade. And I must say, we have both aged very well. You know what I mean? We both aged very, very well. Hey, Pico de Gallo. If you don't bring back SNTR, at least bring back the hair. I don't like it. It's too much. It's a dadgum headache to deal with. Your hairline got better? It looks the same to me. It does look thicker in the one spot though. I don't know. It's all that Kentucky water and bourbon. I was there for that. I have a photo somewhere too. That's the man that blocked doors, by the way. I'm not a very large person, bro. Hair is a full-time job. Long hair like that, yeah. If you want it to look nice and presentable, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to church on Sundays, bro, with my family. I need to look presentable. I'm going to be looking like some caveman. Teddy says, I'm glad there was somebody to protect people from that skinny, short dude. Couldn't escape a wet paper bag. Now, I'm short. I'm not a weakling. Let's be clear here, Teddy. Like, I can handle myself if need be. I am not a weakling. You know what I mean? I can handle myself. I have been known to handle myself. But yeah, I'm not an imposing presence at all. I love the way SNTR Presents sounded and read back then. Welcome to another episode of SNTR Presents. No, what was it? Thank you for listening to or watching another episode of SNTR Presents. And in this episode, we're talking about the Eververse and why... I can't even remember what we were talking about back then. It's okay, the meek shall inherit the earth. It's true. Oh, man. You gotta be faster than... You just have to be faster than the person chasing you. That's right. Yeah, secondary ammo economy. Yes. Yeah, the ammo economy of secondaries. Yeah, fusion rifles. Yeah. Bring the hair back for D3. It'll be glorious. See, this is why people... You guys shouldn't be allowed to have AI. You shouldn't be allowed to have AI. Because that's eerie. That's creepy, man. That's creepy. I don't know about that, dude. That looks like somebody they're going to write twitlongers about. I don't know. I do look a lot like Desmond from Lost, though. Goodness gracious. Who was the guy that read off the questions for you? Yeah, when Q&A was born, it was Kadex Gaming. Yeah. This guy says, VIP this man right now. We all have to agree at this point that this is the only way to save Destiny. Raise your voices, your ghosts and lights and guardians. Let's make history and make Destiny 3 into a wish come true. Well, I appreciate that tweet. That's very kind. What did Shadow Dre say? Oh. Say no to the hair. Hey, Augmented Smurf. I switched my secondary account because I can't change my OG account name for another 3 weeks. I want to switch it back to Augmented Smurf, though. Good to see you, man. Oh, you're Skylander. Thank you for being here, Smurf. Appreciate you, dude. I mean, this microphone's gotten its worth, hasn't it? You guys got this for me like 10 years ago, 9 or 10 years ago. That was a long, long time ago. And the monitors... I still have the monitors. They're in boxes now. They're too old to use. I mean, they wouldn't be able to do what I need them to do now. But I still have them. Can you guys give me like 2 seconds? Give me like 2 seconds. And by the way, I'm going to take a quick break. Thank you, Alex, for gifting a sub to Smurf. And I do owe one to Twitch, but I'm holding off, seeing if you guys can get to a 5-bomb. See if you guys want to go crazy. Hit the like button like crazy on YouTube, but give me 1 second. Okay. Someone on the inside needs to push the unban before June 9th. It'd be nice. We need a new chair stream emote. We, you know, we're doing what we can to, you know, get some measure of movement in that department, but, you know, I can only do so much. Why is Angry Joe saying OMG, OMG? Is it about the Witcher thing? It must be about the Witcher thing. I remember some of the streams from 2022 and 2023, you covered some esports stuff. You think that'd be a space you'd go back to covering? No. The difficulty with that is you've really, really got to niche down into that and, like, really, really cover it and know everything, and I don't have the ability to do that. My ability to create content is just the week is just jammed full of commitments to you guys with live streams and uploads and green room in the Discord. So a prime sub from Teller Morrow, thank you so much. 8 months strong, closing in on the year mark. Thank you so much, Teller Morrow. I appreciate that. We're at 374. Come on, Twitch, secure the next milestone. 375. I owe every 25 I gift one, all right? And whoever hits it gets it. So it's always a little friendly competition between Twitch and YouTube. If you're just banned on Steam, why not play on console? Because of cross save, I can't. It treats me on PlayStation and Xbox the same way. It says that I'm banned because of the Steam ban. And I can't disable crossplay because it says there's an error on the account or whatever. So my posture is pretty simple. Let's just put it all behind us. People should just do the right thing. You know, correct public record. Who's, you know, with the exception of a couple of them, they would probably get in some pretty hot water for the things that they've done and covered up. But for the most part, people would not be, you know, castigated for correcting the public record. And then, yeah, I got the Twitch channel back because the minute you had somebody, you know, not connected to that environment. This is from 2018. There I am with Eric. Thanks, brother, for that picture. Hey, on Spore, I just noticed you said my name right before your voice got blocked by a YouTube ad, but hope my support helps your stream. Thank you, Spore. I'm not sure what you did or what I was thanking you for, but I appreciate you being here. I agree with the cancel culture point, but there's always another side of the coin, in my opinion. When people say every studio make the same games, then when a studio tries something new, it gets dunked on. Oh, Lightly says, you read the question and got distracted, so I hope it's okay to repost. I wonder about the game design. Do you think that the uptick in users now in D2 could be at least partially to the fact that FOMO is gone? You can actually earn things. I think it's far less to do with FOMO, Light Leap, and just the fact that, like, people are... They're like, it's time to go back and play. It's time to go back and play. Like, I don't think they're like, oh, there's no more FOMO, it's time to go back and play. I think they're like, oh, it's time to go back and play because, you know, they're going to gear up for Monument of Triumph or whatever. You know what I mean? What's good, Khalid? I just Platinum Saros. For some reason, it felt easier than Returnal towards its end. Still enjoyed. I think you become more of just an absolute force to be reckoned with in that game more than Returnal. The weapons and the abilities in the skill tree. Could we get 400 likes on the YouTube video, guys? Thank you so much for being here. The like count really does help. Bungie can start by giving Lono a probationary period in orbit. See how he does. Can't land on any planets until he's paid his dues in the last city. Yeah, your renewed sub came through. I thank you for it and added it to the total. So his regular gameplay. That's right, Teddy. I just need to be able to sit in orbit. That's all I need. It's It's just stupid at this point. It's like, I can play Marathon, I can play Destiny 1. Just go in and remove the Steam ban. It's not legitimate. They know it's not legitimate. Just remove it. The minute there was different leadership at Twitch, and I actually got somebody to look at my account. I could never get anybody at Twitch to look at the account. The minute I got somebody to look at the account, it got reversed. Like, gee, I wonder why. By the way, do you believe we will reach 300,000 tomorrow to prove we are rising, and the 300,000 have Destiny 3? Where is it right now? What's the number? Yeah, I saw the announced expansion for Witcher 3. Somebody said it's not DLC, it's an expansion, and I'm like, I don't feel like those terms are that different, but just green screen orbit on the 9th. I mean, I can always just go into orbit in Destiny 1 and just show my support for the game. Is it content and you can download it? DLC. Yeah, I did not get their slicing of that. It's at 265,000 right now. Wow. Pull that up and sign it. Destiny 3 petition. Well, I got to put my first and last name. Can I put... Yeah, display my name on this petition. I'll just put Reforge Gaming. Skip for now. Protect legitimate massage therapy businesses while fighting traffic. What is this? Okay. Can I show my signature? Is that possible? View verified signatures. I signed it. Is there a way for me to show? Okay, I'll show. I just want to make sure I wasn't showing like any super personal information. Okay. I mean, everybody knows I'm in Louisville, Kentucky. There you go. Reforge Gaming, my signed petitions. Petition Sony to develop Destiny 3. I have signed it. 266,000 signatures. There we go. Did it. Welcome to the petition of saving Destiny. Yeah, do you guys need the do you guys need the link? I can give you guys a link to it. Copy link. There you go. Might need to verify by email. Oh, do they send me an email to verify? I mean, they might. Welcome to change.org, it says. You signed. Okay. Is Lono Twitch still ban Arena, or did they remove the ban? Huh? No, my Twitch was unbanned. You're literally watching my unbanned Twitch account. I have like 157,000 followers. Like, they reinstated the account. We just changed the name. And my ban in Destiny 2 is still there. And again, it's not a ban. Like, they didn't go in and ban me through Bungie. I'm like, Bungie.net doesn't treat me like I'm banned. They did a dev ban on Steam. It's not legitimate. It's not a legitimate ban. I didn't cheat. I didn't break TOS. I didn't break their rules. It was completely retaliatory. I remember the Thorn Quest being a pain before they nerfed it. Yeah, I don't even remember the last couple of things I was doing in the game. I just don't. Like, I was playing with my son. He was just running like a lost sector on the Cosmodrome. Big Boss unbanned him on Twitch. Yeah, Dan Clancy himself looked into it and looked at the account, and he's the one that pulled the trigger to undo it. So, over 200,000 signatures. That's a real petition, not this 8,000 upvotes on Reddit for bringing back Xbox exclusives. Ooh. I'll sign the petition to unban you from Destiny 2. I mean, I'm not trying to raise a public stink. I'm just not. I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to make this situation like about that. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not tweeting at them. I'm not doing that. Like, it, you know, and if somebody wants to be like, what, you are making it about you. It's impossible for me to talk about Destiny and Bungie and to not include what happened to me. That's part of my journey with the game and the company. I can't divorce the two. Everybody's making it about their journey with the game and their experiences. Sadly, my journey and history with the game is, you know, very, very blemished by a bunch of nonsense. You know, if people would have just done their due diligence or had the balls to talk to me instead of letting like unhinged people pressure them, like, everybody's making it about them, I'm making it about me. Yeah, everybody's making it about them. It's because it's a game that's very personal to lots of people. I had thousands of hours and built a career in the, you know, with the game. You know, unpopular opinion, but I don't think we need a Destiny 3. I think if they make one, it'll be because we begged, not because they wanted to, and we'll get a crap product. I mean, I don't necessarily think so. It's like me talking about cancer without mentioning my own. Sorry, that's not going to happen. It's why I know so much about surviving cancer. Lono literally got huge because of Destiny. It made his career, and then the company and people surrounding that couldn't stand his excellent values and shut him out, to put it lightly. I remember the D1 raid carries back in the day. That's old school, yeah. D1. That was the time. You've been following me since 2016, Nickel. That was a long time ago. I want Destiny, and I'll never touch a property made by Bungie that's not named Destiny. The devs have been pitching D3. Well, nothing is going to get greenlit in the current situation. Like, they need to be restructured. Yo, Nickel, thanks for subbing again, dude. 32 months of subs. It remembers. Boom. 375. I now owe 2 subs to Twitch and 3 to YouTube. Every 25 I gift one back. We're 25 away from 400. Need the clip back of the guy Warlock jumping and didn't know how to cancel. That's long gone. Sorry. This guy says, I just remembered you with the long hair. I always thought you got the short end of the stick. I'm glad you're back. I never went anywhere. I've been streaming this entire time. I used to listen to your streams while in class in high school. It was always a good time. Well, I appreciate that. Spread the word. Anybody you know that uses Twitch, that follow me back in the day or play Destiny back in the day, let them know. I didn't go anywhere. I streamed on YouTube this entire time, and I've been back on Twitch for over a year now. I don't hear people make comparison to the Halo situation. Bungie selling the IP and then going downwards. Destiny cannot be sold. Yo, Matthew, thank you so much for a member plus over there on YouTube. I appreciate that. Road to 600. Let's go. Road to 600. Are you talking about 600 paying members, Ryan? What are you talking about? Yeah, how many paying members do we have right now on YouTube? We've been trying to get to 600 paying members for a while. And we've been in like the mid to low 500s. And Teddy gifts 5 over there on purple to get us a 381. Thank you guys so much. We do have a weekly goal. It includes re-ups, it includes gifteds, it includes upgrades, and it unlocks a Saturday stream with Madam We currently have 516 paying members on YouTube. We've been trying to get that to 600 for a very long time. So if you've never done a paid membership on YouTube before, hit join, and for $5 a month, you can certainly do that. And if you're watching on Purple, that is also really, really helpful. They had Activision support, though. I remember nerding out in Borderlands 2 about the lore and what could happen for Borderlands 3 before you switch over to Destiny 1 and grinding out that partner. I remember the day you announced partner as well, and your brother quoted Disturbed's 10,000 fists, and it made you choke up. It's been a really long journey. Yeah, that's the old magic. That's the old lore right there. Mikey Moo renews his membership over there on YouTube. Thank you so much for doing that. OMG this. I'll have to read and react to all that stuff in another segment. I don't want to use any of that right now. Yes, Borderlands 2 trivia for Skull Candies. Yep, I remember that. Borderlands trivia was born out of one question. What was it? Was it the I think it was the pre-sequel where excuse me. I think it was the pre-sequel where Hammerlock brought back what's the snake-like enemies that come from the ground, and he called it Terry, and it was Terramorphous. He's actually the origin of Terramorphous, but I can't remember the name of are they Thrashers or Threshers? What are they called? Those guys, they like pop out of the ground. Like, what is Terramorphous in Borderlands? I can't remember they're called Threshers. I think it's in the pre-sequel. He brings back one with him to Pandora, and he names it Terry. And that was the first trivia question about Borderlands. I was like, who is Terry? That's Terramorphous. I've played hundreds of raids with you, says Nickel. I remember the little forum that you would sign up with raid carries, and you would have two of your Sherpas with you. Good times. That's right. I had my helpers. Yep. That was a long time ago, man. That was a long time ago. The ancient lore. Let's say Destiny 3 happens. How do they rejuvenate the Strike playlist, says Bumblepants? Well, I mean, obviously they'd have to learn from all of their lessons of content in all of the work that they did in Destiny 2. And I think one of the biggest lessons that they learned, or at least I thought they should have learned this lesson, is that every mission should be a strike. And the reason that you should do that is because the reason every mission should be a strike is because you're basically giving yourself a content loop every time you add content. So it's like you're going to add to the story, you're going to add a new thing. You're creating a content loop when you do that. The mistake they made with a lot of their campaigns was they would have really, really good campaign missions that's all they were. There was the Panoptes fight was amazing, and that's all it was. It was literally just a campaign mission. That's stupid. That's absolutely stupid. You spent all that dev time and you made that and all those mechanics. I still believe Panoptes was originally conceived of as the opening of a raid. I think he was supposed to be an opening raid boss fight. The mechanics didn't make sense as a strike, but that to me was a pretty significant mistake of like you spent all that time creating that environment, the mechanics, the boss, and it's like, why is that not in the strike playlist? So I felt like they should have always done that. Welcome to the new content. Here's 5 story missions. All those story missions should be strikes. They should all end in a boss fight. Boss fight should have his own unique drops that can be farmed later. And then what you do is then you're creating a new content loop. Every time you add to the game, you're adding a new content loop. Do you see? Like, they needed to be smarter about their dev time than they were. I think they threw away a lot of dev time on stuff like that. They were making stuff that would, you know, at some level, they were making stuff that like wouldn't ever really be repurposed or used, and I thought that was wasteful. I think they needed to be a lot more strategic and pragmatic about their dev time. Yo, G on 407 with a prime over there on purple. Thank you so much for doing that. If you guys are watching in any of the places that I stream and you have an Amazon Prime subscription, you can do a Prime sub every month over there on purple. You got to do it manually, and it does support me. You're basically already paying for it. If you're not using it, make sure and use it. Pouring out one for the Baron fights. Another perfect example. The Baron fights were so dope. Why were those not grindable strikes with a drop? Like, you see what I'm saying? I still to this day don't know if they ever gave an explanation for why they did that. I thought that was a complete and utter misuse of bandwidth. It's like you're taking all the time to like make a Baron fight, and the Baron fights were cool and they were unique, and you could have had drops, and it's like, no, that's it. You play the campaign and then it's over. It's done with. It's gone. I'm curious if they could forego any type of campaign and just focus on the open world game. I never really replayed campaigns. Well, I think you need a campaign. You need an ethos. You need a vibe. You need a thing that's going on. But it needs to be repurposed. Yeah, we'll watch Schreier's video another day. I don't want to watch his video as it's just been put out. I don't like reacting to content and serving as a replacement to the content. So, yeah, I like to wait. Scotty B, that's my man, dude. Getting us a 384. Any good ideas on how to revitalize the Strike playlist? That's what I'm talking about right now, Scotty. I don't know how you revitalize it now. Thank you, Nerd Mother, for using your Prime sub over there on purple and getting us to 385. We're exactly 15 away from 400. If you guys want to see me and Madam and Creature all playing Destiny 1 together, that'll be helpful. It doesn't have any news, just him talking about the timeline. It still would be enjoyable to react to, Paul. That's a good question to piggyback on the Destiny 1 and 2. What game missions worked and what missions were bad so that they can keep good for 3. They'd only go to reuse the Barons much later and still did not do much worth noting. There were some great fights in that opening of the Forsaken campaign. They were great. Broken Earth drops a 5 bomb and gets us exactly 10 away from 400. Now, Twitch, there's not a lot of stream delay for you guys. You have a bit of an advantage to steal this from YouTube. Thank you very much, Broken Earth. Stop thinking in this generation's tech. Think in 5 years of AI tools development, the way more RAM and way more larger and more complex worlds. Yeah, there's a lot they could do with a new engine and new tech and, you know, new capacities that they don't presently have. You know, they can learn from this. Don't make raids into strikes. Yeah. Wait, when did they make raids into strikes? Menagerie did so well that all the content after copied it till they exhausted the formula. That was a big problem. Well, and I think you're always going to struggle with that when you're having an ongoing format. An ongoing format is going to have to, at some level, gamify the game. That's the real trick. You have to gamify the game, but people can't tell that you've done it. Does that make sense? If you're going to gamify the game, you got to do it in a way where nobody can really tell that you've done it. Lona, what was your favorite Destiny mode, and why was it Gambit? I mean, Joker Quinn, you do a lot here to be bothersome, but you're crossing a line, okay? Over the years, I've had a lot of lies told about me, all right? You're going too far, my friend. You know, he blocked doors. You know, he's a predator. He liked Gambit. All right, brother, you got to chill. You're taking it too far. I can only take so much. I could be interested in adding bots that played my friends' characters the way my friends when I'm running generic strike playlist. Yeah, I don't know if you'd want to take the social aspect out of the game, though. I don't know if you'd want to do that. You don't want to have like people not playing. You want the world to feel alive. A persisting, living world. And this is where I think they really, really miss the forest for the trees. Like the idea that they could go to the portal. The portal? What the frick? Like, the going to the tower, going to the director is a very subtle form of communication that you're in a persisting, living world. And you lose that when you just have like a portal. If that makes sense. Gambit was not fun. No, it wasn't. Gambit was fun when the Warlock helmet, what was it? It wasn't Apotheosis Veil. What was it was the skull of the dire Ahamkara. We're going deep into the memory banks today. The Bowie Knife 99 thing is hilarious. When the skull of the dire Ahamkara had not been nerfed yet, and you could do Tracker Nova Bomb and get your Nova Bomb back, that was the only time Gambit was fun. Because it would be like, you know, the mini boss that would spawn, right? You could literally kill the mini boss and get your Nova back. Like, you could kill all the majors, get your Nova back, kill the mini boss, get your Nova back. It was so broken, so stupid, and so frickin' fun. And then they nerfed Skull, and it was like, yeah, this game sucks. This game mode sucks again. The game mode was only fun when it was broken. It wasn't fun when it wasn't. That's not the only example. There are several strikes that were originally meant to be dungeons or raids, or easily could have been. I don't think we have evidence that Shield Brothers or Darkblade were meant to be dungeons or raids. I don't think so, because they were too part of the story. If you listen to the dialogue, I don't think those were dungeons or strikes. I think in the initial conception, Panoptes was meant to be the opener to a raid, and then they eventually decided to not do it for whatever reason. But I don't think that the Darkblade or the Shield Brothers were ever meant to be more than what they were. They were clearly meant to be strikes. They wasted years of content on 10-minute strikes. Yeah, but the strike playlist got tons of activity, so I don't think we can say that content that time was wasted. The strike playlist was one of their most popular funnels of player activity. So I don't agree. I don't think that stuff was wasted. The strike playlist was very, very important to the life of the game. Destiny was always the most fun when it was broken, kind of like when Wish Ender was doing more damage than intended. Darkblade and Shield Brothers were always meant to be strikes. Alakur, he is hunting you. That was one of the... I remember that. I remember dropping in that room. You hear... And then you hear Erismorn like whisper in your ear, Alakur, the Darkblade. He is hunting you. I was like, what the frick? And then boom, and he comes and hits the ground with his sword. There was a lot of presence back then in the game. You know? Today on SNTR, Telesto, and while I feel it should be stronger. Might be jumbling that with the one interview discussing Crota's End and King's Fall were meant to be one. The Darkblade would have made a dope dungeon. Yeah, you would have needed more. You would have needed mechanics, more mechanics, probably. I mean, the presence that they brought with some of those fights, certainly they could have done more. But I think it was good to have a strike playlist with, you know, with missions and games and strikes and missions and stuff that felt meaningful and cool. I think that was, you know, I don't know. I think that was needed. You didn't want the strike playlist being, you know, boring. Are you able to load your dim, or does that not work either? It'd be cool to see it for nostalgia. Destiny item manager. Launch dim. Authorize with Bungie. Destiny 2. Yeah, here's all my stuff. Yeah, here's all my stuff. You can't. Yeah, all my characters are like. There's Postmaster stuff. My son must have been playing as the Hunter, because there's stuff in the Postmaster, because he was grinding like a lost sector. A heritage shotgun. The Shadow Price. Yeah, he was rocking the Shadow Price. It was an AR because it was easy for him to shoot that and to stay alive. And then he had the Lament. Yeah, he was playing on this account on Wormhusk. Dodging gives you small health and a shield bump. Yeah. Because I taught him how to dodge. So like if he got into trouble, he could dodge. Yep. Yippers, here's all my stuff, man. And then the vault just full of, I don't know what I was doing. I don't know why I have all these different exotics. That's weird. I might have had different, I don't know if I had different versions or different roles. I don't know. I don't know why I have any of this stuff. Like my Warlock and my Titan are they not even wearing exotic armor? Yeah, both the Warlock and the Titan aren't even wearing any exotic pieces. Again, it was so long ago. It was 2021. That was the last time I was able to play. Collect Postmaster. Do you see what I'm saying? It's insane. I can still engage with this. I can still move stuff around. That's absolutely crazy. It's all there. Strongholds plus Praxic is busted now. Literally impossible to die no matter what is thrown at you. No tiered 5s. What, did you just like not play or get any other gear for the past 5 years? Yeah. That's literally what happened. In February of 2021, the guys that looked into it told me they spoke with current and former employees, and they were heavily convinced that Luke Smith went in and banned me. No cause, no TOS, nothing. Just banned me. It was a Steam ban for 999,000 days. It's not a legitimate ban. What's good, Parasito? Oh, he was being funny. Okay. The nostalgia trip has me smiling like a goof just thinking about it all. No other game can do that. Yo, what's good, Dad Heartscoper? Deepstone Crypt was the last one we raided regularly. We had 50 clears. That wasn't a difficult raid. It was the stuff that came after that started to require every single person to be on point. We always had guys when we were carrying and it became too hard. No, yeah, he says he was just trolling. Yeah. He was trolling. Destiny was the most fun when the exotics were rare. I never got pre-nerf Galahorn, which sucked in a way, but knowing that I could get it on a random strike, a PvP match kept the cycle alive. Can we get Gabe to fix the ban on Steam side? Steam can't touch anything like that. Luke Smith is the one who did it. The guys, RN Jesus, looked into the situation for months, and he got people to talk to him. He got content creators to talk to him. He got current employees at Bungie at the time to talk to him. He got former employees to talk to him. And he was convinced that that's who did it. Banned because the hair was too much for the servers to handle. That's right, Paris. That's what they communicated to me. Now, everything from their investigation is still sitting in a Discord server somewhere. I don't know where. They were going to give me access to it. And I was like, I just didn't feel like fighting anymore. I didn't feel like combing through it all. It's very activating to look at all of it and to comb through all of it. It's not a fun experience. You know, a lot of I don't make light of PTSD, but like there's definitely some post-traumatic stress that you'll go through when you sort of have to relive stuff like that. And at the time, I was just over it. I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to fight anymore. I just want to work on my channel and my career and move on. But it's all sitting somewhere. They had DMs, they had conversations, they had emails, and I don't know. They rattled the right cage. Right? They rattled the right cage, and then all of a sudden I was banned in the game. That's all I know. That's all I know. They were getting real close to something. And then I woke up one Monday, went to boot up the game, and it said, "You're banned." And I was like, huh? It made no sense to me. Because in the wake of losing Twitch, I thought they were going to ban me when I started streaming on YouTube. Every day I streamed on YouTube, I thought they were going to ban me. I thought they're not going to let this go. They're going to try and take the game from me. There were people pushing for that. There were people tweeting about it. There were people saying that I should be banned from the game. That I should be kicked from the community or whatever. And again, based on things that weren't true and based on things that weren't even proven. They were just claims. There wasn't a shred of evidence to any of it. And if there was evidence, it was either fabricated or manipulated in a way to make me look a certain way. So, they got close to something. It was 7 months after everything. Like, everything happened in July, and it was end of June 2020. 2 weeks later, when I defended myself, I lost the Twitch channel, July 2nd of 2020. And then in February of 2021, I got banned from the game. It made no sense. It was like, I've been streaming the game and covering the game all this time. Why now? The only thing that lined up was RN Jesus and some German woman named Vicky were rattling cages. People were pissed that they were looking into it. And then at that moment in time was when entire timelines got scrubbed, tweets disappeared, people got real scared because it was obvious. It was obvious. That was around the time people started saying, "I just believed my friends." They realized that a massive amount of lies had been told and that the public had been completely tricked and nobody wanted to do the right thing. They just wanted it to go away. And I think they rattled the right cage at Bungie, and then they took me out. Because undoubtedly, there were even probably Destiny streamers that were probably starting to think, what the frick is going on here? What happened? And they didn't want anybody talking about it. And a great way to get everybody to not talk about it is to threaten their livelihood. It's like, you see what we just did to that guy? He can't play the game, can't cover the game anymore. Do you want us to do that to you? It was a message. It was a loud and clear message. It was retaliatory, and it was also a threat. It was like, do not side with this guy. Do not talk about this guy. Do not acknowledge this guy. Press didn't cover it. The only person who covered it was upper echelon, and then they false copyright claimed his video, He got the video reinstated. YouTube looked into the situation. It was completely bogus. They reinstated his video, and then he made multiple other videos about the situation. Now, let me ask you something. If I'm everything they said, and they all told the truth, why would you be trying to take down a video? Why would you be trying to silence somebody talking about it? He was the only person that covered it and talked about it. The only person. And the only person that talked about it got his video false claimed. Does that I mean, come on. Does that sound to you guys like, oh yeah, that was all legitimate? Everything about it? No, they were trying to silence the truth from coming out. They didn't want it to come out. And now too much time has passed. Like, it's just headcanon for people. So they won't listen, they won't care. They say that, I'm a conspiracy theorist, or that, I've tricked everybody, or what have you. And it's like, too much time has passed, boys. That's why I said now you would need somebody of significant size and influence to cover it exhaustively. I'd be happy to be interviewed. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I'd be happy to submit to an investigation. I've always said this. I said I would be completely open to inquiry, discovery, investigative process. I would submit to all of it. I would. I don't have anything to hide. I would survive that process. A lot of them would not. So, and the game is dead now? Well, I mean, yeah. There's still a possibility that there's a lot. You know how bigger than MTash? I don't think so. His channel's freaking huge, and he made a ridiculous amount of money covering Genshin. I don't think so, brother. Hey, what's good, Rissick? Good Lord, the plot thickens. I don't even remember that tweet. There were so many clips and videos that came out. So many streams disappeared. I have that person blocked for some reason. Yeah, I have that person blocked. Yeah, that video's got 151,000 views. Yep. On Twitter. That's a great reason to be in the Discord, boys. Some stuff gets shared in there that I'm not going to put on stream, obviously. Just finished basic training in 007. This is awesome. Yeah, the first 2 hours is really, really fun. It's great onboarding. It's great lore building. It's good. It's just good. It really, really is good. Yeah, QBZ, I plan to react to Schreier's video, but since he just published it and just launched his YouTube channel, I'm not going to do that. I'll wait a couple of days. We will have time to do a reaction to that. Back, how's the stream going? It's going fine, Nitrofusion. Good to see you. This dude's going to the convention about Destiny, gathering to celebrate the game. None of the bad faith accusers are going. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised he's allowed to go. To change the subject a bit, I saw that you tweeted something to the effect of, Unreal devs, please don't switch from 5 to 6. Why? Because that happened from UE4 to 5, and it hurt a bunch of games. So basically, a bunch of devs got really, really good at developing in UE4. And a bunch of games were coming out, and they were great in UE4. And then people switched mid-dev to UE5, and they had a bunch of problems. They had a bunch of problems. So, right now, they're getting a lot better at UE5. We're now getting games coming out in UE5, and they're great. And you're going to switch mid-dev from UE5 to UE6? It's going to do the same thing. Everybody thought, switching from 4 to 5, last time was the answer. And it was like, No, it's going to have rough edges. It's going to have things that need to be fixed and ironed out. Please don't do that. You guys are just now getting good at UE5. Like, I don't know. People got really mad on the tweet. And I was like, why are you guys mad at me? This happened from UE4 to 5. You want to do it again? You want to do it again? He got community noted. He has backtracked his post and started bringing back his videos, including Genshin Impact videos, against his claim of starting fresh. Yeah, he brought back a bunch of videos. I still don't think his video about me is up anymore. I think he only brought back his Genshin videos because they probably make a pretty good amount of money every month. Like, not an amazing amount of money, but probably a pretty good amount of money. I mean, he's got videos with millions of views. I was astounded when I saw him claim that he was starting over and unlisting everything. It's like, start a new channel? Are you insane? Like, I was... Oh, no, he relisted the one about me. Yeah, he did. Yeah, this video right here should be taken down with 336,000 views. That should be taken down. That's a video that should not be up. It's full of lies. It should be taken down. It was down, and now it's back. He basically relisted everything. I thought he just relisted the Genshin stuff, which, again, that made sense to me. Understanding YouTube, I was like, brother, what are you doing? You have videos with millions of views. What are you doing? Just start a new channel. Start a new channel. Do a reaction video to it. I'm not doing that, Paul. Devil on my shoulder. No. I was about to say that video is up. Yeah, it wasn't up a day or two ago. Oh, no, Upper Echelon's video's up. Yeah, he didn't take any of his stuff down. I'm a firm believer that UE6 is going to be trimmed down with all the changes from 5 that they've been progressively iterating on over the last several years. Well... Coward, do it. They're trying to get me to do it in the Discord. Yeah, who would delete all their videos? Yeah, who would do that? Yeah, we learned that we shouldn't have done that either. We thought we could jumpstart the channel. I'm down for a reaction video of that, Lono. Screw it and debunk it. I thought that the UE video was a video stating that you were innocent. That was a completely different video. That wasn't Upper Echelon's video. That was MTash's video. MTash has a video up about the claims against me, and it shouldn't be up. Shouldn't be up. Yeah, Echelon has multiple videos. He has 3. One's about me, and then he has 2 follow-up videos about, like, Bungie basically trying to take the video down. Schreier brings up a point I don't think you mentioned regarding Sony's purchase of Bungie back in 2022 that made me really think. Can't wait to watch your reaction. Okay. Okay. Y'all really want Creature to yell at him today? I mean, I'm of two minds of, like, I don't have a problem straight-faced watching that kind of stuff now and being like, not true, not true, not true, not true. Yeah, you know, it just... I'm always a little conflicted. It's like, you know, with how much time has passed, we don't lose anything by continuing to maintain the truth. We don't lose anything. I wouldn't be surprised if he got some partnerships because of shady agreements about the hit piece. Jasper says, don't listen to me when it comes to stuff like this. I did see the video back in the day. Now the Genshin Impact videos make sense because I didn't remember UE doing Genshin. Yeah. We were talking about MTash. I'm not even up to date on the drama and what he said and why Asmongold's reacting to him and stuff. I don't even care about that. I just saw him unlist everything on the channel, and I thought, brother, just leave it and just start another channel. Like, just leave it. Let it do its thing. Like, those videos are just out there, you know. Destiny creators are already reacting to his video. I know, but we can do a stream where title and thumbnail is all orbiting around that. Today was like Destiny 3 and the timeline of like what happened from 2019 to now with their decisions. And then obviously we got into, you know, what happened to me. You know, this isn't really the time for that. The Asmongold drama was interesting. Yeah, I just don't pay much attention to it. I'm just too busy. I appreciate that, John. Is Bungie really the right choice to make D3? Well, not in their current standing, no. No. In their where they currently are, no. They need to, I think they need to they need to be restructured. They need new leadership, and then they need proper funding so that they don't have to, like, imagine what they could do with 4 years of proper funding and building Destiny 3 while not doing anything with Destiny 2. Like, think of what that could do. You know what I mean? That's significant. I think so, personally. What a thumb. I'm so done with this. What's that one? What's he reacting to there? Guilt and shame can make men behave irrationally. Punch Clock says, I'm all caught up now with a long 2-time speed run. Well, welcome. You had 3 hours of a stream to go through. Did you go to the D2 Summit when they were trying to save it? No. No. That was the beginning of me not being on the in. That was the beginning. And it didn't make sense to anybody. And people were pretty pissed. And I just turned it into something positive. And I streamed with, what was it, like Lumi and Triple. I streamed with Lumi and Triple. And because they weren't invited either. And people couldn't make sense of it. They're like, this is the guy that's stuck with the game and you're not going to have him come out or whatever. It was at that point in time that I believe I had an X next to my name. Like, don't include him. Don't include him. I lost my dadgum mind during the hard version of the Leviathan raid. It was glitchy and buggy. It was infuriating. And, you know. And I think at that point in time they said, man, screw this guy. He's full of himself. Don't include him in anything. And I think that was kind of the beginning. And at that point in time, I wasn't that significant of a streamer. Like, it was early 2018 when they did that summit. I was not of significant size, you know. I could pull good viewership. I had good support. I was able to do it full time, you know, professionally. But all of 2018 and 2019 was sort of the slow build. That was kind of sort of the slow build. And then early 2020, the first 6 months of 2020 was like jet fuel. That was like when things were really starting to take off for me. No, I wasn't part of any of the world's firsts. We were the first team to get to something. I forget what it was. We got to an encounter in one of the raids first, but then we fell apart in the encounter after that or something. I can't even remember what it was. Am I correct in my assumption of who you are? Who are you talking about? What? Are you talking to John? Should I know who John is? John Lacey? Should I know who he is? Or are you talking to me? Oh, this is Smurf again. Did you have a good Argos or Galrun run? I don't remember anymore. It wasn't Crown of Sorrows. No, it was the one. There was one with like Penumbra or something, and we figured it out. Everybody was doing it wrong. Do you remember? Everybody was doing it wrong. They were brute forcing it. That's what it was. It was the Penumbra thing. We figured that mechanic out before anybody actually properly understood it. Everybody was doing it wrong because the first team that got through brute forced it, and they didn't realize they had brute forced it. So everybody was applying their method of doing it, and it wasn't working. And then we figured it out. We're like, wait. And then we did it, and we were like, yep, that's how you do it. Oh, yeah, the Black Armory thing. That was infuriating. That was infuriating. That was absolutely infuriating. Where? Raven, where? We figured out the dadgum solution. We figured it out, and somebody was watching. Like, somebody was watching, and then they put out their clue that night. Because we were going to come back the next day with the crew and do it. I'd figured it out. I knew what to do. I was like, you need to do this with the different elements. It was the different elements. And we were like, yeah, this is it. We know what to do. And I didn't have a team to do it. We had to come back the next day. And then all of a sudden, they tweeted that afternoon and said, we're going to be tweeting out a clue tonight. I followed you since you started playing Destiny. That's not who that is, Raven. That's not who you think it is, Raven. I will never forgive our team for not taking a sleep break during Deep Stone Crypt. We could have had the completion. Yeah, we needed a break. Brosiliende? No, it wasn't Brosiliende. There were these symbols, and you needed to do something. You needed to stand and use the element around it and shoot it or something. And I figured it out. I literally said the solution out loud, and it was like, I think that's what it is. We need a team to try it. And I didn't have a team. We lost a couple of people. It was kind of a hard encounter. You needed pretty good people to do it. And I said, we will do this tomorrow. We'll do this tomorrow afternoon. And they had said, they had committed, we are not going to give hints. We are not going to help you guys. We believe you'll be able to figure it out. So I figured out, I say on stream, we'll come back tomorrow and we'll do it. And then all of a sudden that afternoon, they said, at this time tonight, we're going to tweet out a clue. And I was like, that's weird. What? You guys said you weren't going to do that. That's very, very weird. Last was said symbols. No. This was the Black Armory. This was Niobe Labs. This was not a raid. And we solved it. And then they put out the clue, and then it was super easy. Once they put out the clue, everybody knew what to do, and then a really good team beat it really quickly. And that was at the time where, like, one of their CMs was, like, congratulating all the people that stayed up the first night it was available, and they, like, intentionally didn't mention me. Like, it was pretty obvious that they, like, at that point in time, like I said, there was already somebody at the company that had a problem with me. And it was like, if I would have solved Niobe Labs, had I not said anything out loud, and been like, yeah, that's a wrap. We don't know what we're doing, I guarantee you they wouldn't have dropped that clue. They wouldn't have. It was super bizarre. It was like they went from literally a day before saying we're not going to drop any clues to like the very next day. They randomly in the afternoon, it was super random. It was like, what, huh? They're like, yeah, we're going to do a blog post at like 6 or 7 o'clock. So they give a bunch of people adequate time to get ready and get their teams ready. And, you know, it's so obvious what to do once the clue was out in the field. Oh, yeah. When we went to play that one day, we went to raid Deepstone Crypt. One of our better players got banned. Like literally we were getting ready to load in, and homie got banned. He's like, I just got banned. And we're like, what? Why? And to this day, we don't know what he was doing. He claimed he was running some other software or something, but somebody else in our Discord was like, nah, I was playing with homie. He was running some kind of a cheat in PvP. And I was like, what are my thoughts on the petition? I think if the petition continues to climb, it's a really strong argument for what I think should happen. I think they should make Destiny 3. I think PlayStation should give them, you know, $400 million budget or so. And yeah. I think they should build it. I don't think there's another path forward. I agree with Astacross. If they decide to make a different IP, no, that map is not Niobe Labs. That map is Corridors of Time. I think if they make another IP, it'll just be compared to everything. It'll just be like, why didn't you do Destiny? Why did you do this? Why didn't you do Destiny? So, what engine? I don't think it should be in Tiger. It needs to be in something a lot more agile. They need something where they can act quick and make changes, you know, buffs and nerfs. They need to be able to act a lot quicker. They can't act they can't act fast enough in Tiger. Tiger takes too long. Like when something's problematic in Tiger, what do? They just disable it because they can't fix things fast enough. It's not an agile engine. It's a good engine. It feels excellent to be in Destiny. The gunplay, the movement, the sense of weight. It really, really is excellent. But, like, it's not agile enough for a live service game. I think it's been the biggest thorn in their side all these years is ironically one of their best assets. I think the engine feels phenomenal. Like, it feels great to be in Destiny. Like, I booted up Destiny 1 and just was, like, shooting enemies in the Cosmodrome. And even at, like, a 75 FOV, 30 frames per second, I'm like, dadgummit, this game feels good. It just feels good. But it's also their greatest weakness because it's they can't make changes fast enough. They can't. It's slow. It's very, very slow. If they don't do D3, Bungie's done. They could just get turned into a support studio, you know. Hear me out, Decima. I think Decima makes sense. Decima's been used in shooters before. It seems like a very, very good game for large scale encounters, big open spaces. Yeah. They'd have to work to make it feel like Destiny, but I think Decima would be an excellent choice. Guerrilla could assist. You know, I think Guerrilla could assist. Couldn't the ones that did Destiny Rising not buy the rights to do a Destiny 3? I don't know. Hey, Lono, why not give Madden the full Destiny 1 experience? Strikes, Nightfalls, Raids, that would be amazing. I mean, that's kind of the point, is that if we hit stretch goal, I'm going to play with her this week, and we'll move through some of the story quite a bit faster, because she's playing by herself with other people and stuff, and, like, I could obviously get in there and kind of throw down and help. So if this hits 750, I will play with her, dual perspective. I'll get it all set up. It takes me a while to set that up, so that's why I kind of make that a stretch goal. If you guys can double this week's goal and get it to 1,000, which would be amazing because we did miss last week, Creature will become the third member of the fire team in Destiny 1. So... So, we're going to continue that journey on Saturdays. I think it's relevant. I think people will like it. I think it'll continue to get good response. I think people like watching it. I just watched the Upper Echelon video. Wow, just wow. Spread it. Spread it around. Let people see. Yo, G on 407 says, let's make it happen, boys. And he gifts 5 subs over there on Purple. We're exactly 5 members away. And a 5-bomb comes in from Siege, and YouTube steals the milestone. I now owe 4 members to YouTube. I drop it when it's a 5-bomb. I owe 2 to Twitch and 4 to YouTube. Every 25, I gift 1 back. Thank you, boys. To be at 400 in the middle of the week is great. You need to end the day at 500 to be on pace for the ultimate stretch goal of me, Madam, and Creature all playing Destiny 1 this Saturday night. That could be a really, really fun journey to just continue to play. I've not done almost anything with those characters in a lifetime. It'll be really fun. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Too Thirsty says, you beat me to it. Well, don't stop now, boys. Don't stop now. We got a long way to go. We're about halfway there for the big one. Every time I ran Vogue and Leviathan's your favorite? I think Leviathan's like one of the worst raids they ever made. I hated it. It was, the dogs would glitch. The barriers in Callus's Dark Dimension would glitch, and you'd like slip through them. I freaking hated that raid. Creature poll on a Saturday night. No, never. Stop the cap. Make him. Hit the goal. Those 5-bombs add up a lot. Velez says, I'm double dipping. I'm G on 407 on Twitch. Well, thank you for the double dip. Played D1 the other week. Prison of Elders is still fun. Oh, yeah. Prison of Elders is good content. Welcome to Prison of Elders. And a 5-bomb comes in from Velez. This guy is gifted on both platforms. We're a 20-bomb away from me owing another member. This is a great time to steal. Get some of those big boys to start dropping the 20s. Nice to see Yacht Club hitting gold again. Huh? You mean YouTube? Yacht Club. Deep Stone Crypt was my favorite raid. Scourge is probably the most fun. I thought Scourge got back to the basics. I didn't like Deep Stone Crypt at all. I thought Deep Stone Crypt felt like a bunch of jobs. It didn't feel like a raid. It felt like jobs. This is your job. This is your job. This is your job. No, thank you. I want to battle. I want to battle. Do you remember how to Sherpa? Yeah, you tell people to get on their frickin' plate, and that's basically it. You know? Thanks for tuning in and watching this episode of SNTR Presents. I'm going to teach you how to be a raid Sherpa. Rule number 1, yell at the people. Yell at them. Tell them to get on their frickin' plate. All right, that's pretty much it. That'll cover you for about 90% of the raids. Make sure to hit like, share, and subscribe. Thanks so much. That's basically it. Get on your frickin' plate. Every raid. Stand in the right place. That's honestly 75% of success. 75% of success in raids is just standing in the right place. It's mostly positioning. It really is. I remember Wrath of the Machine on hard And people, as we were running it, people were like, you're not going to be able to carry people through Wrath on hard, Lono. It's too intense. And I already had it figured out. I remember being in the Axis fight and telling chat, I've already got it. I've already figured it out. And people were like, no. And a week later, we were taking people through it like it was nothing. 75% of success in raids is standing in the correct position. Because if you stand in the correct position, you won't get hit by the ads. You won't get hit by the boss. Like, it really is. It's all about standing in the correct position. If you can do that, you're fine. You don't have to be great at aiming. You don't have to be hitting crazy snipe shots. It literally is stand in the right spot. Thank you, Mike, on the mic for the $5 super chat. And don't forget to throw your ball. Yeah. You got to throw your ball sometimes. That's pretty much it. Stand in the right position. People hit on Crota, but Crota was fun. Crota was fun. Crota was the first and best dungeon they've ever made. Crota's End is the first and the best dungeon that they have ever made. It's fantastic. It is. It's awesome. It is, it's got presence. It's got tone. Watching somebody get blasted by him, he'd like come running out and boom, and he'd hit him with that sword and they'd go flying. Oh, nothing better. Just clenched up running from that dude. Like, oh my gosh. It's the first and best dungeon that Bungie made. It's fantastic. Disagree. Prophecy's the best dungeon. Well, that might be one that I haven't run, but I still think Crota's End is phenomenal. As a dungeon, it's really, really good. It's very good. The presence, the frickin' lamps. Those dadgum lamps, that opening is just, you fall down through that huge opening, and the frickin' lamps. Boys, the first couple times you did that, I mean, your heart is pounding. Your heart is pounding. After watching you do Wrath of the Machine runs, I became the Sherpa and raid leader for my clan, would literally have rage-ucations. My helpers were the most frustrating in Wrath because they would watch the legend himself, and he played with wild homies like R-Pots and other guys who were just aggressive, and they would like sword surf, and they would do all this stuff. Well, if you sword surf the wrong way, you get physicsed or you get too close to the captain. I had guys that always wanted to do that. What was his name? Uncle Killa, or we called him Uncle Killa. I think it was his name. Biatch, thank you for 56 months over there on YouTube. $5 super chat from WGC Yacht Club, makers of Shovel Knight. Oh, Mina the Howler's getting good scores. I didn't realize that was the developer's names. My bad. But my helpers were always the most frustrated with me in Wrath of the Machine because I wanted them to play pragmatically. I was like, play your life. We're not showing off. We're going for efficiency. So you showing off and dying and we have to wipe and start over is a waste of time. Sure, second or third time you get it and it might look cool, but people are watching my perspective. I'm the streamer. I'm like, nobody's seeing you do that. All they're seeing is Guardian down. And you're like, what the frick happened? Yeah, it was Killa, wasn't it? He was all about Spotlight. They loved to like implement ideas from those guys that they would bake Wrath of the Machine. I mean, that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to run it as fast as possible. I was all about efficiency. I was always like, guys, minimize risk. If you stand here, the Shanks can't see you and the boss can't see you, and you just team shot them as they come around the corner. Nobody will die when you play that way. Nobody. If you die, you went AFK. Like, I had every encounter down to that science of, if you stand here and you stick with your buddy and you shoot at the enemies when they come out, and then we all come together to do damage, you won't die. It's not possible. It isn't possible. You would have to try to die in that scenario. But my helpers wanted to show off. Not all of them, but a lot of them wanted to show off. And I would get so frustrated with them. I'm like, guys, can you just frickin' do the thing that I want you to do? Just stand there. You want to sword surf and you want to use this. They wanted to, I remember what it was. They would sword surf because what could you do? It was like this weird thing where you would like swing the sword. You would it was a jump swing and you'd be like, boom, and you'd like launch forward with the sword and then you'd go wham like that to the captain. And they would do it, and some of the times the captain would get physicsed into the wall and not die, or they would get physicsed and die, or the captain wouldn't, they'd miss, and then the captain would just go ka-throom, 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 and then they'd be dead. And I'm like, stop. Stop. Just sit back. Please just sit back. That was our fight every time we ran Wrath with those boys. They wanted to run speed. In fairness, after carrying so many people, you have to make it fun. I get where you're coming from, but we ran a raffle system on a stream, and my goal was, I've got 8 hours. Let's sword skating, surfing, whatever. Let's get people through. It was like a conveyor belt. 45 minutes, and you had a hard challenge run in Wrath done. 45 minutes, like clockwork. We would just move people through. Because it was me and 2 other people, so we were only moving 3 people through that really needed it. So I was like, get him through. I understood. People were like, I'm bored. I want to do something fun. I want to make it, I want to make it funny or exciting. I understood what they were trying to do, but I was like, I'm going for efficiency. I've got an 8-hour stream. I'm trying to move through as many people as I possibly can because I'm running a business. You sub to the channel for a chance at rating. And if we're sitting here piddling around and failing, you're hurting my ability to run the business at that point. That's where the conflict came from. I was like, homies, I'm running a business here. It was literally a central tenet of the channel was become a member, get into the Discord, then you can run a raid with Lono maybe. It increased your odds in the raffle or whatever. Yo, Prime Sub from Be Awesome. Even though I consistently disagree with your takes, I find myself showing up here more days than not. That's worth something. Good on you for not giving up. Well, thank you, Be Awesome. I appreciate that. I didn't care if they were running helps in the Discord and they wanted to go crazy and be risky or whatever. That didn't bother me at all. It was like, yeah, that's fine. But on stream, it was like, homies, we're trying to move through as many people as we want. And sometimes I would get frustrated because I would feel bad for the people that won the raffle. They would win the raffle. They would do what they're told. They would stand in the right spot. And then I got one of my raid helpers goofing around and dying. And it's like, come on, man. What are we doing here? And, I never handled it in the best way. I would just get angry. I would just get ticked. If you want to Praetorius fun, why are you offering to help Sherpas? Yeah, that's right. I made a bunch of them mad, too. They set some record speed running something, and they wanted me to watch the video, and I didn't because I got kind of annoyed. I felt like people were kind of trying to promote themselves, and they got real mad when I didn't, give them their due credit or whatever. And I don't know. I shouldn't have felt threatened. I should have just done it and been, and moved on. There wasn't a reason, to act that way. But I'm coming in late, but do you remember the most hated call out? Yes, I'm no longer empowered. I remember being like, you don't need to tell us. I'm no longer empowered. It's like, shut up. You don't need to say that. We need to know who is empowered. I don't need to know that you're no longer empowered. That was good. I remember there was a clip too. We've lost it. It's gone. It's long gone and deleted. There was somebody in the group who would laugh, and they would literally say ha 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 when they laugh. They would like ha 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 ha. I was like, you're literally saying the words ha 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 when you're laughing. That was a good clip, too. As some homie in the group was laughing, and that homie... No, it wasn't it was one of the speedrunner guys, a Heat or somebody. I forget his name, and he was like, ha, 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 ha. The man verbalized ha, ha, ha when he laughed. It was too much. As soon as I heard it, I couldn't unhear it. I was like, oh my gosh. I'm no longer empowered. Oh my gosh. I'm no longer empowered. Whoo-wee. Oh, I remember me and Harry got into it. Oh, I loved Harry. Harry and I got into it in The Last Wish. I was like, whose raid are you in, Harry? He was like, I thought we were all equals. I'm like, I'm not saying we're not equals. I'm streaming. This person says MBG is copying your channel ideas, format, setups. What are you talking about? No, he's not. I highly doubt that anybody... Copying what? Sitting in a chair and talking? I got news for you. I'm not the first person to do this. I'm 100% guilty of callouts like that. Didn't get to raid with you. I'm just trying to be helpful. Yo, Milwaukee with 29 months over there on purple. Getting us to 407 on the week. Oh, yeah. There's such a thing as too much communication. Yeah. There's such a thing as too much communication in a raid. You can totally over-communicate. It's like, you know, it would be like, I'm reloading. Like, no one cares. No one cares. Wait, why? You don't need to tell me that you're reloading. It's like, keep the comms clear. You know what I mean? I made the mistake of showing my daughter. They have to be clips where he doesn't swear, which is hard. But I showed my daughter some clips, some clean clips of the burnt peanut. And she now will say, sorry, boss, or got it, boss. The got it, boss one was really funny. Like, someone was doing, I think they were explaining something to him in a game, and it was obviously too much for him. And at the end, he's like, got it, boss! Like, Gingy's like, just give him a website. Because Peanut's looking at the camera like, his brain's frying. His brain's frying in that moment. And she's like, just give him a website. This is too complicated. And he's like, got it, boss! So, my daughter now says, sorry, boss, and got it, boss. I made the mistake of showing her those clips. Oh, man. Hang on. I gotta refresh everything. I've lost chat again. There we go. I got it back. The ones that use the Scorch cannons on the wrong servitor, shouting it's not working. I don't remember that. I don't remember people doing that. But yeah. Oh, memories, boys. I did like the challenge mode for that encounter. Empower the plates to get your super when Axis teleport. It would choose a random person. Lono, yes, it's me. You just probably you might have just re-followed me. We have been back on Twitch for a year and a month now. You're probably just now seeing me because I'm in the Destiny directory because we were talking Destiny today. You surely have to keep an eye on him not stealing all your ideas. Homie, I don't care if someone can, as long as they don't copy the brand's name, I don't freaking care. They could make their studio look just like this. Dude, I don't care. The content has to be good for anybody to watch it. That's, you know, anybody can do whatever they want in this space as long as it's not like literally stealing the brand and doing impersonation. I don't care. Senator Rage, hello. Hello. You wouldn't believe the amount of times in Wrath of the Machine servitors for Archon Prime, I thought you held the trigger button, then let go for the servitors, not hold until it self-triggers for the servitors. Huh. I don't even remember. I mean, I obviously remember the fight, and I remember the moving around the room and flying around the room with the cannon was so fun. It was so fun. So, it'll still your audience eventually. I don't. Yeah, I don't feel like you're here in good faith. I think you're here just trying to stir up trouble. It's a me, Lono. That's not your best work. You're just trying to rage bait. You want to try to stir up trouble between me and some other YouTuber, dude. I just don't care. You copy anything you want. Doesn't bother me. 2 out of 10 rage bait. Yeah, it wasn't very good. Favorite raid and why? Wrath of the Machine. Wrath of the Machine would have been the perfect raid if they would have added one more encounter. I still think they should have had you fight a Siva resurrected siege engine. Like, I think the siege engine should go down in the water, and there should be a room that you go into, and you have to fight. The siege engine should be like a stationary thing that, like, it's got its thing to slam the ground, it's got stuff to shoot and all this other stuff. It should have been like Siva resurrected. It should have been all Siva-ified, and that would have made it a perfect raid. It was a little too short to be a perfect raid. So I also would love to see Siege Engine in a remastered Destiny 1, because it didn't run very well. It didn't run very well. It had, it glitched and frame rate would drop pretty bad. Performance, it was the smoke mostly, if you remember, like the smoke and the fire on the Siege Engine bridge caused all kind of frame rate issues. Personally, I thought they should have always gone in and patched the smoke out and the fire out. I don't think it was necessary. So, yeah. But I think Wrath was always my favorite. Even when I played, the last raid I played was Deepstone Crypt, before they banned me or whatever. And the Wrath was still always my favorite. Always. It was the best. Yeah, Control Resonant. Remedy's doing a community meetup for Control Resonant. I don't know if we're going to get a release date before or after that or during that, but they're doing with TwitchCon. Thanks for the stream. I enjoyed it except for the fact that no one answered my question, but it's okay. What was his question? Oh, what would be the best way to do a poll to find out how the D2 player base is split when it comes to either Destiny Remaster or a new game? Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's so hard because to get an actual bearing on what the Destiny community thinks, the Destiny community is in so many places. And a good chunk of the Destiny community never sets foot on Reddit, Twitter, or YouTube. So you wouldn't get their input. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's a great question to ask. But as far as getting like a good response, you'd be hard pressed to get a very substantive, far-reaching response, because if you only go to Reddit or you only go to Twitter or you only go to YouTube, you're still getting like a fraction of a fraction of the player base to respond. the player base at large, the player base that has been playing since the beginning, a lot of them wouldn't even respond. They wouldn't know that it was happening. Check my message. Where, D? Did you put it in the Discord or something? That's the first thing you've said today. I'm literally looking at your chat history, D. D knows 1984. I'm no longer empowered. Thank you for 46 months. Getting us to 408. Don't ask the Destiny community what they want. They don't know what they want, and they're bad at making choices. I mean, I would say 10 years of buying and playing seasons and content would prove otherwise. I mean, I don't know. Destiny 1 Remaster would be a stopgap on the way to new Destiny. I still think if you're going to pull the trigger on a Destiny 1 remaster, you do it with the goal of going all the way back through the Red War, all the way back through everything in Destiny 2, and then you get to Destiny 3. That would give them plenty of time to do everything properly. You know? That would give them plenty of time to do things properly. Instead of being like, well, let's just do, you know, and Jaster's going to bump the line to 409 with a gifted. Thank you so much, Jaster. You know what I mean? You do just a remaster of D1 just for the sake of doing it? Like, okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, Dino's 1984. I'm not seeing anything that you're saying. I responded to you saying, check my message. You haven't said anything since. And then the other day when you were here, you said something about your messages disappearing. Remaster everything Destiny right now. Bake D3 in the meantime. That's what I would do. I think you choose between either going dead quiet for 4 years and doing nothing but working on Destiny 3, or remaster D1 and then work your way all the way from there. Like, work your way from there, from D1 all the way through D2, and then by the time you get to D3, you've had plenty of time. Oh, hang on. I see your DM now. I had this wood piece made for my background. He does great work. He's in Kentucky. He could make your logo. I see it. Here, I'll respond. Dope. State of play June predictions. Haven't put a lot of thought into it just yet. This is why I say you make Destiny Legacy with a small team. You bring in D1 and D2 content slightly different and improve while the main team builds the new chapters. That'll buy them 4 to 5 years of dev. You're dope and deserve dope stuff. That's right. You're dope and deserve dope stuff. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. I think you either do that, right? I think you either do that, or I think you just go dead quiet and work on nothing but Destiny 3. So you either do something with D1, D2 in a remastered, revisited capacity to some degree, or you just 100% do nothing. You just go dead quiet and you come back with a Destiny 3 in however many years from now. Destiny 3 is what everyone wants. Destiny 3 is what Bungie needs, but as of now, there isn't even the smallest hint that they're even trying to do a Destiny 3. I don't think there's a decision to be made until after June. I think they need more leadership to be gone, to either leave of their own volition or be fired, laid off, whatever word you want to use. And then After that, you then you basically ask the team, do you guys want to work on Destiny 3? If you don't, there's the door, and maybe we could put you at another one of our studios. And then I think they send the word out to the PlayStation studios. Do you guys want to work on Destiny 3? And if they do, you bring them in. You let them, and again, you might have to relocate. Moving people to Bellevue would be expensive. So Circana player engagement. Top titles US Weekly. Oh, those are like all the live service games, probably. Does a Destiny Classic require a new engine? I think it does, but that benefits an eventual D3. It also moves the timeline back. I mean, yeah, you'd have to be able to justify a Yo, Jazster, thank you for another one. Bumps the line to a nice even 410. I currently owe 2 members of Twitch and 4 to YouTube. Every 25, I gift 1. And currently, YouTube's leading the day, 63 to 35. Twitch has had a strong showing, though, today. They have to let Tiger Engine go. Yeah. I'm convinced you could get the Destiny feel and the Destiny vibe in a new engine. I think you could do it. I don't think they're necessarily limited to just Tiger. I think they could do a new engine and get the feel. You don't have to be in Tiger to get a game to feel like that. I think they could do it. Either from Unreal, if not from Unreal, you could probably get it from Decima. People throwing out Decima. I think that would also be a viable choice. Why not just update Tiger again? I would only support them upgrading or updating Tiger again if it's done in a way that yields them, like really, really good results. I think you need I think you need to be able to make faster changes. They can't make changes fast enough. That's the problem. Yeah, it just lacks agility. For a live service game, you like the new Turtle Beach Pro 2 headset? I don't know anything about it. To have a live service game, you have to have an agile engine. You can't be in an engine that you're like, oh, we need to make this change. It's going to take us 6 weeks to make that change. So just disable the gun. Like, that's been kind of their standard operating procedure up to this point. So, we've been going for about 4 hours. That's usually our runtime now, unless we're doing a second stream and gameplay, which we're not doing today. So if you are a current sub on Twitch or you are a member on YouTube, you can come with us to the green room, which is where we go and we discuss what we're going to cover in the next day. If you can't do that, that's fine. but you can click the link in chat and watch a very quick video from yesterday about why I think 007 First Light is classic Bond vibes. That video needs a bit of a kick in the pants, so if you can like it and hype it on mobile, leave a comment. It's a super quick video. It's like 5 minutes. So give it a watch, give it a like, give it a hype. And if you are a member on YouTube or a sub on Twitch, you can come to the green room. And you guys can continue contributing to this throughout the week. We're about where we want to be. You guys usually finish very strong on Thursdays and Fridays. Tomorrow, I may have a schedule conflict with the CD Projekt Red stream. I think I have a schedule conflict, but we will be able to co-stream the Insider Gaming showcase thing tomorrow, okay? So, yes, and we do Green Room in the Discord. I can take care of that now. I know why you're asking. 1 second. Server settings. What is it? Bans. Search. Revoke ban. There you go, Solemn. You guys got to keep it chill and keep it light and keep it fun. If you're going to come back in, some of you guys can get a little too cantankerous and a little too debatey. All right? But please click the link in chat. Please click the link in chat. It's up there, a couple of lines, and watch that 007 video. Again, if you watch on mobile, don't forget to like and hype. Hit like on your way out on this stream, and we'll be back tomorrow with plenty of coverage. We'll either be covering 2 showcases tomorrow, the CD Projekt Red one and the Insider Gaming one, or just the Insider Gaming one. We'll see. We'll see. So, all right, I'll see you guys in the green room. Thanks so much for the great support today.